in style today. We're not doing it in our studios. We are outside of our Johannesburg studios, and I'm looking forward of being here where we are. It's a beautiful scenario. We've got the sun right in our faces. We've got all these cameras that are going to be our YouTube's online stream. So if you happen to check us out on our Channel Africa feed, go to that YouTube stream.
Absolutely. Look, happy Africa Day to everybody. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's been Africa Month, in fact, this entire month. And that's been amazing because we've been celebrating the African continent in so many different ways. But this is the day we've certainly been looking for. We are broadcasting live from the Prison Break Market in Midrand, Johannesburg,
South
Africa.
Pretty cool place, isn't it?
It's a very, very cool place. I mean, it's this big yard with different sheds, food you can get, there's fashion, there's, painting, there's absolutely everything. I mean, there's a nice play area for children around here. So, hey, we're going to be having a lot of fun with you today. So, hey, join us on our social media. We are streaming live on our YouTube, that is Channel Africa 1, but you can also find us on our Twitter handle at Channel Africa 1. Don't forget to use the hashtag on the move. And of course, you can also find us on Facebook, simply titled Channel Africa. As usual, we celebrate everything about the African continent, and today is the perfect day to do that.
Yeah, it is a perfect day. I hope that I can go to the crafter shed. I'm thinking maybe I should try some beer tasting.
Nice.
A little bit there. That would be awesome to do that. There's a yard eatery not so far from where we are. I'm going to see if I can get some nice little bits to eat, a little bit of South African biltong, maybe a little bit of a nice tart. That would be awesome to try something out. But also our broadcast is going to be even more superior a little bit later. In our 11th hour, we're going to be crossing live to Radio 2000, and also we're going to be crossing live to SAFM. I hope it's going to work out, because we don't know how all these things are going to work out until they actually happen. So we're crossing our fingers that we get that link right, and hopefully we'll be with our Radio 2000 family and also our SAFM family right here at the SABC. Well, it is Africa Day, and we're looking forward just to hanging out here, telling you everything about what's going on here at this particular wonderful venue. But stay with us right here on DSTV channel 802, OpenView 628. Remember, you can stream us live 24/7 anywhere in the world if you are part of our Pan-African family. www.channelafrica.co.za. I know that some of you listen to us on that SABC Plus app. You can download it, and it's very free to actually download and listen to the content of the SABC. So go there, go to the radio section, you'll find Channel Africa. Well, it's a sunny day. It's not cold today, surprisingly. I'm happy about that. So do stay with us as we share with you all these great events that are happening out here.
And be ready to go. On the Move with Falisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Este é o Caleidoscópio de Canal África, com Remo Samo e João Yabalá.
Em vésperas do início da campanha eleitoral rumo às eleições legislativas na Guiné-Bissau, o ataque contra o comentador político François Dias levanta o receio de uma possível violência eleitoral. Vários setores da vida pública falam em ameaças constantes contra as liberdades fundamentais que põem em causa o jogo democrático. Para abordar este assunto, temos em linha Boubacar Touré, vice-presidente da Liga dos Direitos Humanos.
É uma tentativa de silenciar François Dias, tal como aconteceu com os restantes casos, os restantes vozes críticas. François Dias tinha emitido uma opinião em como havia um plano para adiar as eleições que para ele consubstancia num golpe institucional. Isso não terá agradado a alguém ligado ao poder, como tem sido habitual. Mandaram as milícias para intimidá-lo, incendiar a sua viatura e disparar armas automáticas contra a sua residência.
De segunda a sexta-feira, das 20 às 21 horas locais, este é o Caleidoscópio de Canal África.
Hello Africa, my name is Jabon Kolele. I'll be the brand new voice on Channel Africa. I've been on radio over 20 years. I've worked for Capricorn FM, retail radios, which include Dance, Vodacom, as well as Comitanet. I'll be on the Midnight Snack, 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. every Monday morning.
Speak, speak, don't let this love hold you down.
One thing I like about radio, it's about the connection. I think you tend to be yourself and be able to connect. It's able to connect with people that you've never met and also bring that self-satisfaction at the end of the day. To say, this is who I am and this is where we are. You'll get to find out more about me. We'll get to discuss about the journey, about relationships, and also to try and get you ready for the week ahead, because there's a whole lot of things that we can exactly get ready, especially on a week ahead, previous week. So we'll try and look in terms of what's coming up in a week ahead. Looking forward to be with you. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawo on the move.
Oh, yes, you are certainly tuned in to On the Move right here on Channel Africa with me, Palesatau, and Benjamin Mushatama. Today we are broadcasting live from the Prison Break Market in Midrand, Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a beautiful day. It's Africa Day. Happy Africa Day to each and every one of you, whether you're in the continent, in the diaspora, and anywhere else in the world, tuning in on www.channelafrica.co.za. Well, hey, we are hanging out with Joanne Sudbury. She is the market manager at the Prison Break Market. Happy Africa Day, Joanne.
Thank you. Happy Africa Day to you.
How are you doing this morning?
All good, thank you.
This is so exciting. This is a beautiful place. It's a great space. And look, there's so much to do over here. So tell us a little bit about the Prison Break Market. It's just coming up with this great concept.
So Joburg actually needed something like this. There's beautiful markets around the world and in Cape Town, and we just felt that this was an opportunity for us to do it. When you think of a market, you think of going outside only on a weekend, for example, and you're in the dust and you're in the sun or the rain. So we conceptualized this very differently, where we've got 7 different sheds, and each shed houses something completely unique. So when you come through, you have an experience that you can spend hours here doing completely different things.
Joanne, you literally surprised me. You're one of the developers of this, and you've come up with the concepts of these different sheds. It's such an amazing idea because, markets are about trying out new things, going to, seeing different things. So tell us about the different sheds that you have here at the Prison Break Market and what each one holds.
So we tried to keep artisanal and keep it very South African and unique. We don't have any vendors that are big name brands, for example. It's all smaller. So our first shed it's Star Food, which is what we call our artisanal shed. We've got a butchery, a bakery, a dairy, your fresh fruit and veg. So it's for you to come do your everyday kind of shopping. And then we've got all the little pop-ups. So it's pancake stalls, it's chipsticks, it's all the little extras that you can get as you bumble through there. Then my second one is the Yard Eatery, and in there it's all about artisanal market food. So we've got a cheese and yama vendor, we've got Argentinian, we've got burgers, we've got sushi, we've got all kinds of different Portuguese, all kinds of different food offerings in that shed, as well as a bar. And that's more our family shed, where we've also got a playground area. And in the playground area, we actually did a little racetrack for the kids, which is the shape of Kalami racetrack. We copied that. Shed 3 is my crafters shed. So in there, I was very specific about choosing people that work with their hands. They have to do their craft and their trade on site. So in there, you can learn how to do glass blowing. You can make a leather belt or a wallet. You can do jewelry making. You can do stained glass. There's knitting classes. There's a variety of different things. And in that shed, we've also got what we call Made on the Inside. Because we're obviously across the road from the prison, we send in old material and wool and things like that. The prisoners actually make things, whether it's beanies or something that they knit. It gets sent back here, it gets sold, and then they get the revenue to buy cigarettes or toiletries or whatever they need. My shed number 3, that's crafters, sorry. Shed number 4 is Clay Cafe. So that's pottery painting. So you can come spend a whole morning there. You choose a different thing. You can sit and paint. You can have something to eat and drink in there. So it's very family orientated and very busy on weekends. We've got a shed called Dreambox, which is very big in Europe. It's all these TikTok and Instagram rooms. I'm too old for that, but you would love it. And
you are never too old, Joe. You're never too old.
True. But the youngsters really enjoy that. We've got an upside-down bedroom. There's a yellow bath with 100 yellow rubber ducks in. And it's all about taking those Instagram and selfie kind of moments. Our events shed number 6 is San Quentin. So I actually named it San Quentin because that's the only famous prison in the world that artists were allowed to go in and entertain the prisoners. So Johnny Cash, Rod Stewart, Elton John, they did concerts inside the jail, which has never happened anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
So because that's our entertainment venue for Prison Break, we named it San Quentin. And then most importantly for all the men is our poorhouse. So that's the alcohol building.
Oh,
and
yes.
in there again, in line with working with the hands, it's all craft beers, craft gin. We've got the top gin maker in South Africa, which is a female.
Wow.
So Rihanna, it's a noble experiment, and Rihanna during lockdown actually went to go buy a second-hand gate motor and ended up buying a copper still and fiddling and making gin, and she's now won best gin maker in South Africa. So she has her set up in our poorhouse.
Yeah.
So you can actually do gin tastings. You can learn how to make your own bottle of gin as an experience. We brew 8 different craft beers on site, and you can learn about the different yeasts. And then we represent about 27 wine estates with our wine and spirit library. So every single shed has got something completely different, but it keeps you entertained throughout the day. So depending which one you end up in or as you go between all of them, it's just a really nice outing.
Well, sounds like an amazing experience indeed. And we're going to try out almost everything that we have here at the Prison Break Market. But let's take a bit of a break, Joe. We'll come back, speak a little bit more about this particular market and, of course, just its significance, especially on this day, which is Africa Day. So, hey, let's take a bit of a break. Don't forget that you can catch us on YouTube. We are Channel Africa, but you can also find us on Twitter at Channel Africa 1. We'll be back.
Channel Africa, we think differently. Ladies and gentlemen.
So it's just going to be very short break, one promo.
What's your name,
And then you are going to have to go around all the sheds and taste everything and see it all.
Absolutely. Africa. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Maio é o mês da África, momento para celebrar a rica cultura e diversidade do continente africano. Junte-se ao Canal África para homenagear as contribuições do povo africano para o mundo. Desde a música, a arte, a ciência e a tecnologia. A África deu tanto ao mundo que agradece. Sintonize o Canal África durante todo o mês de maio, onde trazemos histórias inspiradoras, entrevistas e músicas de toda a África. Vamos juntar-nos e apreciar a beleza de África. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
Oh, good.
9 to 12 midday, Central African Time. On the Move with Palisa Tawu and Benjamin Mushatama.
Oh yes, you are on the move with us, and we're broadcasting live from the Prison Break Market here in Midrand, South Africa. It's a beautiful day. It's sunny. I'm actually really, you know what? I've been complaining so much about the cold, and we've been broadcasting from our SABC studios, which have been, you know, a little bit warm, but it's indoors. So today I was like, I'm sitting outside. I need to be warm. I have my polo neck on and a jacket, and then the sun comes out. But I'm not complaining. It really is the epitome of what Africa is, beautiful and warm. So yes, I'm still hanging out with Joanne Sudbury. She is the Prison Break Market manager as well as the developer of this amazing place. Well, tell us about, you know, putting all of this together. It was a great concept, but, you know, things happening in action aren't as easy as just a great idea. So, you know, how was that for you, putting that together with your team?
So the owner of the property and the developer, Peter Gillespie, had this vision for many years. This was kind of like an idea that he had, and the location was perfect. So we started developing just before COVID. Then obviously COVID hit everybody, and we locked down and we had to stop. But then once it opened, we continued the building, and we opened in, I think it was November 21, I opened the first shed. And then as each shed was finished being built, we opened, and until we got the whole market running in March last year was when we started. But the concept behind was just having somewhere as a safe, family, fun place to go on weekends, you know, and incorporating everyone in the sheds, that no matter if it's sunny or rainy days, and today we're lucky with these beautiful blue skies, but that you can still come through and enjoy everything. So the name Prison Break as well, because so many people asked me that when we were building.
Why Prison Break? Yes.
It's because after COVID, we all felt like prisoners, and we wanted
true.
you to break out of your daily prison of life and come through and enjoy something different and something unique.
So it's not that, the prisoners, if they escape, they'll run over here.
No, I do think we entertain them a lot because our entertainment shed, St. Quentin, we obviously do a lot of shows in there and they do hear it. But no, it's just, and we're across the road from the prison, so it was just a name that stuck.
I think the most beautiful thing about the sheds, they're all, as you said, artisanal, but there are people, local people who are involved, who show their crafts, who are able to, participate in this particular, in all these sheds and, be a part of it. So what does that mean for you? I mean, being able to touch not just the lives, but, the families and making sure that everything is authentic and African.
It was a challenge actually finding vendors when we opened, I must be honest. We obviously came out of COVID and everyone was so hesitant to commit to taking a risk, and they didn't have the financial backing. So to help everyone that we really did earmark and choose, because they must be uniquely South African, they must be able to work with their hands or do something that is different. So it took us a while to build that up. We were very good with doing 3-month leases, which made everyone feel a little bit more secure that they weren't tied in for like 2 years if it didn't work. And we have had the same tenants stay with us all the way through now. They're very happy. They trade very well. And it really is an experience when you come through here. You'll see, I call them my Prison Break family because that's how everyone has become. And, we've got what we call Prison Break money, which are tokens that we give, to corporates when they come through, or you can have an event and you can go spend them at any of the vendors. So I'm going to be giving you guys some Prison Break money tokens to go and try everything today so that you have first-hand experience of it. But you really will enjoy the different offerings.
Well, definitely. I'm looking forward to enjoying all those amazing offerings. Joanne, thank you so much. What's your favorite thing here? Because I want to know from someone who, was here from the very start. And I know this is your family. It's hard to choose. But I still want to know, what is your favorite thing here?
So in Shed 1, we've got Bettina's Cafe. You are going to have to try some of her carrot cake. Oh. It is amazing. So I have a sweet tooth, so that's always my go-to. At least once a week I have my cake. But I don't know. There's something unique in every shed that I absolutely love. It really is. I can't. I would be choosing and having favorites if I had to say.
And what about the feedback? I mean, seeing all these people, couples, families, friends visit this place, how does that feel? That vibe?
It is amazing. I mean, you're here today on a Thursday, so the market's open Thursday to Sundays. And Thursday, Fridays, we've got people coming through, but it's certainly not as busy. Saturdays and Sundays is crazy. We have 3,000-4,000 people coming through, but the atmosphere and the vibe, the energy that this market brings is amazing.
I hear there's hardly any place to sit here in the weekend. I mean,
that's because we are so busy.
So it's a place to really, come enjoy yourself with your loved ones, but also to meet other people, to be in a great environment where everyone just wants to have a beautiful experience. So where can we find out more about the Prison Break Market?
So our website is www.prisonbreakmarket.co.za. You can find us on all the different social media platforms. And come on down. We're on Main Road between Lone Hill and Kyalami. Our buildings are exquisitely beautiful. You can't miss us on the side of the road.
They are. They really are.
So
it's a beautiful place indeed, the Prison Break Market. Thank you so much for your time, Joanne. Looking forward to spending the day here with you and everyone else that is part of this amazing venue.
Thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to feeding you later.
Look, I remember yesterday we were speaking about exercising during winter. Whoever my personal trainer is, I don't have one, but they'll have to excuse me today because I'm having carrot cake and I'm having lots of food. It's going to be amazing. That's Joanne Sudbury, market manager for the Prison Break Market, as well as one of the developers. Thank you for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, man. That's how we kickstart Africa Day this morning, speaking to Joanne Sudbury. A great introduction to the Prison Break Market. It's a beautiful place indeed, and we are looking forward to experiencing each and every bit of this great place. Well, let's take a bit of a break. In a few minutes, we'll come back to get our business news.
Get Channel Africa on DSTV audio bouquet.
It is hot.
Channel Africa, the African perspective.
say you wanna care for me, treat me like royalty, black diamond, the rarest you'll ever find. You wanna hold my hand, you wanna be my man. You say you wanna take me to Ghana, show me up to his mama. He say you wanna take me to Lagos, introduce me to Tiwa, take me to Dubai. Ang patigate, I'm his African queen. He wanna love me. One bam my shoulders, one bam get finger, one bam my hips, kiss me on my lips. He said that I'm his African queen. He wanna love me. I'm his African queen, and he wanna love me. He's queen. Baby, I can't stop it. It must be that African butter. No, there is no other. He searched around the world and couldn't find another girl. No. He wanna hold my hand. He wanna be my man. He say you wanna take me to Ghana, show me up to his mama. He say you wanna take me to Lagos, introduce me to Tiwa, take me to Dubai. I'm his African queen. He wanna love me. One bump my shoulder, one bump on my hips, kiss me on my lips, kiss me on my lips. Queen, I'm your queen. You wanna love me? You wanna love me? I'm his African queen, and he wanna love me. He's queen.
Back. Hey man, thank you for joining us right here, and we are having such a good time. What a cool conversation we've just had. We're broadcasting live from this wonderful market here. It's giving us good vibes, and I'm looking forward to just getting all that food in my mouth. I heard that we have some tokens that are still coming up with the Prison Break market here, just north of Johannesburg, not so far from Johannesburg, South Africa, and we've had just great conversation. Remember, a little bit later, we'll be broadcasting live at our SABC Auckland Park studios. We'll be linking with the SABC radio stations such as Radio 2000 and also SAFM, just to unpack what they're getting up to here. And then we're going to just embrace Channel Africa as well, just to find out what we do at Channel Africa, and also really speak about languages, African cultures, fashion, and all great things. So it's going to be a fantastic broadcast. But for now, let's go back to our Johannesburg studios. It's 9:30 Central African time. We need to take that business bulletin.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Good morning, I'm Nosihle Zuma. Your business news this hour. Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo says that the country will soon resume borrowing as the country grapples with its worst economic crisis in a generation. Akufo-Addo stressed that the country would maintain the discipline which is required following last week's $3 billion bailout by the IMF. His comments come as the country is still negotiating with external creditors, hoping for debt relief of about $10.5 billion. The country was shut out of the international capital market because of its huge debts, but can now have access to as a result of the bailout. Now, donors have raised about $1 billion in new commitments for the drought-stricken Horn of Africa during a pledging conference held at the United Nations, but failed to close the gap on an appeal seeking $7 billion. The UN says $7 billion is needed this year to assist nearly 32 million people in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia who are facing acute food insecurity after 5 failed rainy seasons have caused unprecedented drought. With the year nearly half over, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said they have received just 20% of the funds. Now, analysts say a rate hike of 50 basis points is on the cards when the South African Reserve Bank announces its decision on interest rates this afternoon at 3 o'clock. They say the recent weakness in the rand will be one of the main drivers behind a likely decision to hike interest rates. The Reserve Bank has increased rates by 425 basis points since November 2021. The purchase rate currently sits at 7.75%, while the prime lending rate is at 11.25%. Laura Campbell is an economist at Econometrics.
The recent blowouts in the rand exchange rate following allegations that South Africa had provided arms to Russia, we're likely to see a strong response from the Reserve Bank this week, and we're expecting that it will raise interest rates by at least 0.5% to stabilize capital outflows, as the SARB will be well aware of the potential pass-through on prices of such a weak exchange rate. Further rate hikes are also on the cards beyond this week's expected 0.5% rise.
South Africa's Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille has expressed her full confidence in the interim board of South Africa's tourism after she came under attack in Parliament by some members of the Portfolio Committee. They accuse her of appointing her friends to the board. De Lille says, however, that in the time they have been in office, the board has done a lot of work. During the reply to the debate on her department's budget vote, she called on the committee to work with her to grow tourism.
Yes, there are challenges, many challenges, and we acknowledge them. But together with the private sector and the Portfolio Committee and the rest of government, we can really take tourism to the next level. So stop the bickering and stop the unnecessary diversion of attention. Let's focus on the action plan. I am committed to make sure that we take tourism to the next level.
And Fitch Ratings has put the U.S. credit rating at a risk of downgrade because of the potential that the government will not be able to come to an agreement to raise its debt limit and be able to pay its bills. Fitch says it still expects a resolution, but that there is an increased risk the debt limit will not be raised in time. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the government could run out of money to meet its obligations, such as interest on government bonds, salaries for federal workers and government contractors, and stipend to pensioners as early as the 1st of June. Your financial indicators: $1 in Nigeria is trading at 460 naira 76. In Botswana, it's at 13 pula 44. In Kenya, the dollar trades at 137 shilling 29. And in Zambia, it's at 19 kwacha 13. In BRICS currencies, starting in Brazil, $1 is trading at 4 real 95. In Russia, at 80 rubles 10. In India, at 82 rupees 73. In China, a dollar changes hands at 7 yuan 07. And in South Africa, it's at 20 rand 70. The US dollar is trading at 90 to the euro and at 79 pence to the British pound. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $1,957 and platinum, it's at $1,022 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $78.30 a barrel. And for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Nosihle Zuma.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. No time to waste. Be on the move with Benjamin Mushatama and Pali Satau.
Then maybe we can put your products
Yes, you are far from the regular. The life of the party, I wanna be exactly where you are. Yeah. Baby, you really bust my medulla. I see they torturing me with the vibe, with the sweet me past sugar. I see they kill me with the bass, kill me with the boost on the dance floor. Murder she wrote. This your fire dance, they make me catch cold. Yeah, you get the talent, go ahead and let it show. Cause I love the way you choke for me like so. They no fit to measure to my baby. I tell one for my baby. Yes, I love the way you choke for me like so. They no fit to them all for my baby. I tell one for my baby. Yeah. My baby bad, oh yeah. You see the way she move, you see my door. Oh yeah, enter the groove, it's a jam. I did the move, make we do. Me tell her who's your zaddy. I'm feeling good cause my boo's a body. I'm feeling nice cause my wife's a hottie. Any other kind of me photocopy. Oh my lordy. Me no send nobody, no. You look, take away and I go carry, go. I hear me, take me by me, whoa. I don't hit the lotto. You say go with the bass, kill me with the boss. On the dance floor, murder she wrote. This your fire dance, they make me catch cold. Yeah, you get the talent, go ahead and let it show. Cause I love the way you joke for me like so. They no fit to measure to my baby. I tell one for my baby. Yes, I love the way you joke for me like so. They no fit to them all for my baby. I tell one for my baby. She know the hinder, the ginger. She got me tripping now. I don't need a visa. I need her now, need her later. My love far away, baby. She know the hinder, the ginger. She got me tripping now. I don't need a visa. I need her now, no be later. Oh, I don't go far. Cause I love the way you joke for me like so. They no fit to measure to my baby. I tell her for my baby. Yes, I love the way you joke for me like so. They no fit to them all for my baby. I tell her for my baby. Yeah. My baby bad, oh yeah. You see the way she move, you see my door. Oh yeah, enter the groove, it's a jam. I did the move, if we do the collabo.
Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective. Be part of the story by sharing your stories with us. Channel Africa would like to hear from you about what's going on in your region and around you. For any breaking news or events happening in your area, we would like to know about it. Drop Channel Africa Newsroom an email at newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11714 4459. Channel Africa, the African perspective. May is Africa Month, a time to celebrate the rich culture and diversity of the African continent. Join Channel Africa as we honor the contribution of African people to the world. From music to arts and technology, Africa has given the world so much to be grateful for. Tune into Channel Africa throughout the month of May as we bring you inspiring stories, interviews, music from across the African continent. Let us come together and appreciate the beauty of Africa. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawu on the move.
Hey man, this is our Africa Month celebrations. Thank you for joining us if you're watching us on our YouTube live stream. And if you haven't yet, you can go to YouTube and go to Channel Africa's page on YouTube. And thank you for joining us on our different platforms as well. If you're listening to us on DSTV channel 802, OpenView 628, and all our other platforms. Don't forget as well, we're also on our website, www.channelafrica.co.za. ZA. We're still broadcasting here at the Prison Break Market, and this is our 2023 Africa Day celebration, and we've been just hanging out in the stalls. It's been a good vibe here on Africa Day. People are coming in and out, having their breakfast here. I haven't had my breakfast yet. I'm still waiting for my coffee. Someone needs to bring me my coffee. I've been ordering like a cappuccino for a while, and I'm still waiting for, there's so many coffee places here, and I'm still waiting for coffee. Can you believe it? It's even past 9 o'clock, and I'm still waiting for coffee. Hopefully, I'll get my coffee very soon. But we're going to be chatting with the wonderful people here at this particular market, because there's so many things that are happening here. But what's of interest also, there's just a diversity of stalls that are fantastic here at this particular market. Right now, we're going to speak with our guest, which is Connie Macklin, right? Am I saying it right?
Hi there. Yes, it's Connie Macklin.
Connie Macklin, who's the owner of the New Moon Botanicals. Tell us a little bit about this product of yours. It looks very medicinal, looks very cosmetic. I don't know if you should be speaking to a guy about this.
Absolutely. Anybody can take our products. We do natural products. It's all organic.
Yeah.
I'm in the cannabis world.
Oh, yeah.
So we do.
Then we are friends then.
We are friends. We do high concentration CBD products. That is really excellent for anxiety, stress, better sleep. We do a beautiful pets range, which is also excellent for them, just for good wellness. And it helps their coats. And we do beautiful herbal pain balms, excellent for arthritis. So now you can see all our products are all naturally grown. We do beautiful concentrates. We add essential oils into our products as well.
Yeah.
I supply to stores too, and people love our products. They just keep coming back. I do an African potato balm.
Yeah.
That has got cannabis in it as well. It's a full
I'm
spectrum.
holding it here. That's wonderful. What do you use this for?
That is for psoriasis, all skin conditions, eczemas. You can put it on an open wound. Okay. Put it on babies' bums. So if you've got allergies, so anything related to eczemas, bumps, scarring, you can add that to it, and you'll see within 3 days it's a miracle cream. So all our products are pure and natural.
Sure.
We actually use the oils of the plants. So you'll see when you rub the plant and the balm on yourself, it just turns to oil. So you use very little. So a little goes a long way.
Okay, sure. And tell us a little bit about, I mean, these are balms, creams, and also you've got some oils here. How do you come up with these natural products? I mean, what goes behind the production of it? I'm sure there's a lot of research, especially the fact that you deal with real illnesses and real skin conditions that people have. How do you actually come up with your product?
So how I started it all is I'm a shiatsu practitioner. It's actually it's Asian medicine.
Okay.
So everything is based about the healing of the body, and I work through the chakras. So you'll see when you go through all the ranges.
Are you feeling my energy? How's my energy right now?
You've got beautiful energy.
That's cool.
What we're going to be doing is we're going to give you some coffee, and we're going to add some CBD drops to that.
Nice. Let's do that.
Yes, definitely.
So you were telling me what you do. Sure.
So all the products that we do are naturally produced. We don't use any the terrible, it's just natural plants.
Sure.
We don't put any synthetics in our soils. We grow it naturally, and we just actually determine why do we do that. It's because the body responds really well to natural botanicals, okay? Synthetics are not the way to go. If you look at our products, even our oils, we don't put alcohols, ethanols, none of that. It's just the pure hemp plant is the actual base of the plants. Then we also why do we also do cosmetic ranges? It's because people ask for it. We live in today's society that our environments are just full of pollution. Okay?
Yeah.
Our skins, we live in South Africa. We've got very harsh weather in terms of the sun. So we've got to look after our skins. We've got to look after our bodies. What you put into your body, it's going to show.
Sure. And what I like about your product is that it also incorporates African ingredients.
100%. So we only use products of South Africa. Nothing comes from China.
Okay, good.
All African products, all grown in South Africa. We don't import any of our products. It's all made and produced here in South Africa.
So tell us a little bit about some of the substances that you use. I see there's some CBD oil here. There's also CBD for pets. You were speaking about the African potato balm. Tell us a little bit more about these African indigenous products that you actually utilize.
So medicinal plants in South Africa are probably the best in the world. Why would we use our South African plants? It's because it's local as lekker. You know, after COVID, we definitely had a look at, you know, why does South Africa import everything? And then you realize, you know what, it's not even cost effective for us anymore. We've got to produce what we have here. Why? We provide more for people to work. There's a lot more opportunity here, okay? Our weather in our country is excellent. It produces, we got one of the highest fauna and flora in the world.
Sure.
All our plants are absolutely natural and organic. We don't put anything into them. And yes, we're proud to actually be part of that.
Nice. I love that. And in terms of self-care, you know, using oils, balms, these are things that we don't mainstream yet. It seems like, you know, it feels like an alternative culture of caring for yourself. I mean, how important is it to use these indigenous you know, products, especially in a culture whereby, you know, we've got so many superficial products that are put on the shelves for us, and we don't really research what we put on our skin and what we utilize.
So, you know, for us, we don't, anything that's off shelf. Anybody can choose to buy whatever they want to buy, and that's their choice. But we know that natural and pure is actually a lifestyle. It's become the lifestyle that we have and we are moving forward to. And actually, it's a more cost-effective way, and our bodies respond so much better to it. If you do anything synthetics, you then don't understand what else is going on with you, okay? Because it could be another different ailment. Where botanicals and natural plants respond brilliantly with our bodies. Why? We are 75% botanical. For that reason, okay, why would your body respond well? Because it connects really well. So CBD and cannabinoids is actually a really interesting plant. And why has it become so popular?
It's become mainstream,
It's very mainstream now because what it does, it works on inflammation. So it's become really popular. So it reduces inflammation. All our products, we do full spectrum. So it's over 1,000 milligrams. That's the way the receptors work. And that's the lock and key mechanism. Because we've also, humans, we've got the cannabinoid as well, like the cannabis plant. That's why we respond so well with it. It reduces that anxiety, gives you better confidence. You actually just have a beautiful lift. And you think, wow, why did I not take this years ago? Why did I not actually be part of this many years ago? So we were around for many years. We were very underground. Now we're above ground.
Connie, we have to wrap up this conversation. It's been a cool one. I'm going to come to your stand because I'm interested in, you know, that other
You've
thing
got to come and try our products.
I'm going to try that CBD stuff that you have.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about where can people find you online, where can they go, and where can they find you at this venue?
So we've got an online store as well. It's www.newmoonbotanicals.co.za. We're also on Facebook and Instagram. Go follow us.
Nice.
Go hear all the specials that we have. We educate about the products. I'm also at all the cannabis shows as well.
Nice.
I do all the organic shows. So you always hear about us. We do a lot of research as well. And we're excited to be in this industry, and we're excited to be here with you guys today. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
I see our posters are even falling apart here because we're right here broadcasting outside. And thank you so much, Connie. And it's been a great talking to you. I'm going to come for that African potato plant.
Lovely, and healing and blessings to you all.
Awesome, man. It is Connie. How do I say your surname again?
Macklin.
I had to get that right. That's the owner of the New Moon Botanicals. Well, let's go back to our Johannesburg studios, get our latest sports. I wish I can give you a snack here. We've been snacking on a few things, but I'm yet to get coffee. But I see coffee has arrived on my table. I hope that you had your morning coffee. And we'll make sure that, you know what, you come back after that sports bulletin from Fikile Lingwati.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. No, you were good. You didn't sound
African perspective.
Good for you, Benjamin. Let me begin with the football story that's making headlines all over the world. United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has urged all sporting bodies to combat racism following the abuse suffered by Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. last Sunday. At a news conference in Geneva, United Nations High Commissioner Turk said that racism is totally unacceptable, adding that there is a need to find ways to eradicate it entirely. Turk has more.
The racial abuse faced once again by Real Madrid football player Vinicius Jr. in Spain just this past Sunday is a stark reminder of the prevalence of racism in sport. I call on those who organize sporting events to have strategies in place to prevent and counter racism. Much more indeed needs to be done to eradicate racial discrimination, and it needs to start with listening to people of African descent, meaningfully involving them and taking genuine steps to act upon their concerns.
The human rights chief stated that he asked his office to prepare a guideline of policies in the coming weeks on sports events to counter hate crimes.
I think I would like to provide a guide to those who are federations of sport, and which is so important because, of course, sport is also, it brings people together. It has there are so many positive things that are ingrained in sport events. But there's also, we need to deal with the shadow side as well. And that's why we want to put forward a number of clear ideas of human rights standards and sport events.
In Senegal, national under-20 fought hard to hold Israel to a 1-1 draw in their second group stage match of the 2023 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. After suffering a 1-0 loss to Japan in the opening group game, Senegal needed a positive result against Israel on Wednesday evening. Both teams failed to convert any of the chances created in a goalless first half, a point to keep Senegal's hope of qualifying for the last 16 of the 2023 FIFA Under-20 World Cup alive and tied to their last group game against Colombia on the 27th of May. And table tennis news. Table tennis world number 2 Wang Chuqin from China is through to the third round of the ITTF Table Tennis Championship Finals in Durban. He beat the 48th ranked Shunsuke Togami from Japan. 128 singles players and 64 doubles pairs are vying for top honors in the knockout competition. That's in Durban. Now, Wang's victory was overwhelming at 4-1. Speaking after the game through an interpreter, he says he came prepared to win.
So I think I performed up to my usual standards today, and I know my opponent very well, so I came into the match having prepared very, very thoroughly. And I think in terms of my mental game, I was able to control everything very well as well. So for now, I'm just focusing on playing one day at a time, one match at a time, and only after I win today's match, then I will look forward to tomorrow's match.
And India's player who is Manika Batra also advanced to the next round. She's ranked 39th in the world. We'll tell you more about that in the next hour. But for any sports stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fikile Lingwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. We are on OpenView Audio Bouquet, Channel 628. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Boy. Let's go. Oh, yeah, shaking on my kelele. Kelele, oh, kelele. Come on. Oh, yeah, shaking on my kelele. Fine baby, oh. Fine baby, oh. Fine baby, oh. Oh, yeah, shaking on, shaking on. Fine baby, oh. Fine baby, oh. Fine baby, oh. Oh, yeah, shaking on, shaking on.
Get set and be ready to go. On the Move with Palisa Tau and Benjamin Mushatama.
Really, really nice one there. Great music, great vibes here on Channel Africa. Of course, you can find us at Channel Africa 1. That's our Twitter handle. We're also streaming live on YouTube today. This is our outside broadcast at the Prison Break Market in Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a beautiful day. Happy Africa Day once again. Great interview there, Benjamin. That definitely is a nice one. Great products that can be made.
Yeah, CBD seems interesting. It's like
It
mainstream
is.
now.
Yeah.
Everyone is talking about it.
I mean, not so long ago, we were chatting to the CSIR, and they have a cannabis hub alongside the Tswana University of Technology. I actually got an opportunity to go visit them. They invited me down to their labs, and to be honest, it was a very exciting day. I've never been in labs like that, and to see the whole process from raw cannabis, all the processes they go through to extract the oils, to also, identify the THC from the CBD, and that's how you get to make all the great products that they had at New Moon Botanical. So hey, great one then. Look, it's still going to be a great time. We are wrapping up the first hour of the show. However, we still have 2 more hours coming up. So hey, do join us for the next 2 hours here on Channel Africa. This is On the Move with me, Palisa Tau and Benjamin Mushatama, taking us into the second hour of the show. It's 10 a.m. Central African time. Jolane Tulo has our news.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Palisa. Top stories: Asawa, China denies hacking Kenya's state agencies, and South Africa's opposition EFF to lay charges over cholera deaths. Good morning. China's embassy in Kenya has denied a Reuters news agency report that hackers from the Asian nation attacked key state agencies in Nairobi, including the presidency, to assess whether the country would service billions of dollars owed to Beijing. Reuters had reported that years-long cyber attacks started in 2019 when the Chinese started closing credit taps to Kenya as dead strains started showing. The Chinese embassy said in a statement the report was far-fetched and sheer nonsense. The embassy says it is a highly sensitive political issue to blame a certain government for a cyber attack without solid advice. South Africa's opposition EFF in Tshwane says they will lay criminal charges against the Tshwane municipality for the deaths of 17 people as a result of cholera to give justice to the community. Residents in Hammanskraal have been advised not to use tap water for consumption following the outbreak. They are now relying on water tankers provided by the city. Chairperson for the EFF in Tshwane, Obakeng Ramabodu.
We will lay charges of murder and attempted murder to the DA administration and the Tshwane municipality after the cases and the murder that happened in Jubilee Hospital in Hammanskraal, after the people of Hammanskraal had to drink contaminated water that has caused even cholera. After so many years, we've been saying that the plant of Rooiwal of Hammanskraal must be given an attention
A call for parts of South Africa to be returned to Lesotho is gaining momentum in some quarters. There are claims that parts of the Eastern Cape, Free State and KwaZulu-Natal provinces must be incorporated into Lesotho as they were forcefully taken centuries ago. This includes the area of Matatiele in the Eastern Cape province. However, a historian from Lesotho, Subono Moya Rasmainama, says the main focus is to bring back all Basotho that were forcefully removed by colonialists to their rightful land.
Our case is very simple. Our case now is to get Basotho who are in Lesotho and other parts, yes indeed, who are in Lesotho, to be given an opportunity to return back to the land of their forefathers and be compensated.
An iconic landmark in the Sierra Leonean capital Freetown, a 100-year-old towering cotton tree, has been brought down by a heavy storm. President Julius Madabayo said the tree fell after a heavy downpour on Wednesday night. He described it as a great loss for the nation. The president said the tree was regarded as a symbol of liberty and freedom by early settlers. The iconic tree also appears on Sierra Leone banknotes. And finally, chairperson of grassroots journalism in Kenya, Dennis Beru, says African journalists are the gatekeepers on stories told about the continent. Beru says extensive training is needed to empower journalists and develop mechanisms to report on all matters on Africa. As the continent celebrates Africa Day, literature has come under the spotlight as playing an important role in preserving and restoring Africa's identity and dignity. Beru elaborates.
We should not be part and parcel of the propagators of misinformation. How can we get out of this? Let us empower our members. Let us empower our journalists. Let all the African journalists do what we call report appropriately. Let us have effective reporting on the issues at hand. Before we come up with a story, let us have all the information around that particular issue. Let us have a generation whereby we are being called crooked. We are being called people who have not gone to school, who have not learned journalism.
Recapping the top story this hour, China's embassy in Kenya has denied a Reuters news agency report that hackers from the Asian nation attacked key state agencies in Nairobi, including the presidency, to assess whether the country would service billions of dollars owed to Beijing. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Cholani Tula.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Look here, we are at the Prison Break Market in Johannesburg, South Africa. Are you still tuned in to On The Move? It's 6 minutes past 10 Central Africa time, and it's really a beautiful day. Happy Africa Day to all the Africans. Really is a beautiful day. Well, Africa Day is the annual commemoration of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity, also known as the AU, way back on the 25th of May 1963. So yes, it's been a long time indeed. This a day is celebrated in various countries across the continent and across the world. So hey, it's a beautiful day. And you know what? Today is great because We know Channel Africa celebrates Africa in all its ways, but also in its languages. As you know, Channel Africa broadcasts in various languages: English, Swahili, Chinyanja, Portuguese, French. And look, we have our other colleagues, the ones that are never usually on our own shows. They're here today, and we're all celebrating this beautiful day together. I'm with Jacob. Jacob, how are you doing?
Olá, tudo bem?
Yes! I love hearing your promos all the time. And I like to imitate them. So today's so amazing because I get to actually have a bit of the show with you.
A bit of Portuguese.
Yes. How happy Africa Day, first of all.
Likewise, my lady.
Of course, of course. How are you doing today?
I'm wonderful. I'm celebrating, and the weather, wow, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Look, we are celebrating this day together. We're highlighting not just the amazing languages that we have here on the African continent, but we're also highlighting the great work we've been doing on Channel Africa. So, hey, for the people who are usually tuning into On The Move, tell them a little bit about your show on Channel Africa.
Well, Portuguese desk, actually, we have 10 African Portuguese-speaking countries, actually.
Yes.
Mozambique being the most important one, obviously, because that's where I come from.
We'll take that.
Yeah, so we have, in Africa, we have Mozambique, we have Angola, we have Cape Verde, we have Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé and Príncipe, and the rest in Asia and Europe.
When are you going to teach me, Mara, to speak Portuguese? It's such a sexy language.
Okay, what is it you want to learn? Let's start there.
I want to say, I love you.
Eu te amo, Palisa.
E te amo, Jacob.
Aí está. So, basically, our program, as I was saying, it takes us from Africa to Europe and Asia.
Yeah.
And we talk about politics, economics, sports, everything that you look for in news, we have it on our Portuguese desk.
Gold? At the Portuguese desk, okay, the entire desk itself. Okay, well, that is Jacob from our Portuguese desk. We're going to be hanging out with you and many other of our on-air personnel here at Channel Africa today because it is such a beautiful day and we want to really highlight, such the great work that Channel Africa has been doing, and not just here on The Move on our English desk, but across all our language services. So, hey, stay tuned with us on www.channelafrica.co.za for the next 2 hours of the show. Once again, you can also find us on the SABC Plus app. Download that one on any of your app stores. You can access us under the radio section. Not forgetting our audio bouquets, DSTV channel 802 and OpenView HD channel 68. You're still tuned in to On The Move with me, Palisa Tau, and Benjamin Mushatama. Of course, everyone
Jacob
else
Tivani
on Channel Africa too. Jacob Tivani as well. Let's take a break. We'll be back.
This is Planting the Seeds with Matseko Musito on Channel Africa.
Regreening Africa is an ambitious 5-year project. The project seeks to restore 1 million hectares and benefit 500,000 households in 8 sub-Saharan African countries. Mika Born Ochieng is joining me, and she is the Regreening Africa program manager based in Nairobi. First of all, I think Regreening Africa as a project is just ticking all the boxes, regenerative agricultural practices, collaboration, investment.
Yes, so working across this huge diversity of countries, particularly in East and West Africa, the role of Regreening Africa is first and foremost to make sure that we support good knowledge and options on the continent and practices that used to be very common. Plant more trees and make sure that you have a plan for what's happening with those trees.
Should actually put that on a t-shirt. Plant more trees.
We are reviving the culture in agriculture with Planting the Seed every Sunday on Channel Africa. We've got your personalized invitation to a musical journey covering all 4 corners of Africa. The flight to Madagascar, Benin, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, etc. takes off this Sunday at 12 to 2 a.m. It will cover a total of 17 countries. Join Richard Mwamba in Africa in song for an unforgettable experience.
I hope you won't hesitate to join me next Sunday at the same time for another celebration of the music of Africa.
Channel Africa, the African perspective. Get set and be ready to go. On the Move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama. And be ready to go. On the Move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
What's your name, please?
AFRICA. Africa. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Beautiful song there. Beautiful sounds from Msaki. That one is titled Kuja Atanipata. And that takes us to a great conversation right now that we'll be having with our team, our famous Chinyanja team. They're probably the most popular show on Channel Africa. We hang out with all our Channel Africa family here at our outside broadcast. The two Stellas are here. Hey, ladies, how are you guys doing?
We are doing great. Great.
Okay. How are you guys feeling about Africa Day?
No, I'm feeling super. I'm so excited. As an African, I am so excited. And how about you?
I'm feeling chilled. I'm feeling very good about this. It's a good day. I've had my coffee. Did you guys get your coffee?
Oh,
yes. I
Okay.
had hot chocolate.
Okay, you had your hot chocolate?
Yes.
And you got your latte?
Oh, you know me.
So tell us a little bit about Chinyanja, guys. We feature this Chinyanja programs, and they're probably the most popular programs that we have on Channel Africa. But there's cultural similarities when it comes to South Africa and Zambia, especially when it comes to our languages. How did that happen, guys?
What happened is that in the 1800s, the Ngunis and the Zulus actually fled Ese and went to settle in Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. So they started speaking the Nguni language, and then some countries like in Malawi, it actually got kind of diluted into Chewa, and then that Chewa also, because of what can I say? Because of language evolvement.
Sure.
It then became Chinyanja and is spoken in those countries that I mentioned: Zambia, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and also parts of SA because of migration.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually mostly spoken in the southern Africa region.
I'm so happy to hang out with you guys because I'm a big fan of the Chinyanja team. And let's look at the language itself. Some of the words, maybe you can tell us, Stella, what words actually keep coming in and out that are very similar to one another.
All right. Regarding the language, those words, let's talk about simple things.
Yeah.
In Zulu, we call it izandla, izandla. And
those are
in
hands, sure.
Yeah. In Chinyanja, it's zanja.
Okay.
Yeah, zanja. And we're talking about idelele, something okra.
Mm-hmm.
In Zulu, it's idelele. In Chinyanja, it's telele.
Okay.
And we're talking let's talk about umlomo.
Uh-huh.
And in Chinyanja, it's mulomo.
Okay.
Yeah, and let's talk about umuntu,
Mm-hmm.
Zulu. And in Chinyanja is muntu. So
Mhm.
a lot of words are
That's
very
so
similar
cool.
there. Yeah, a lot. I must
So
say.
is it easier for you guys to learn South African languages as Zambians, or is it easier for us to also hear you? I don't know. I can't hear you half of the time, guys.
Yeah, a lot of people normally from Zambia, Malawi, they normally say that it's easier to learn how to speak isiZulu than Tswana and other languages
Okay.
of South Africa. Yeah, I must say.
Because of the relationship between those the Nguni languages in Zambia.
Yeah, and also sometimes when we're speaking Chinyanja here, Zulus actually they say, okay, I can hear what you're saying.
Ah.
Yeah, and also there's actually a similarity between also Zulu, Chinyanja, and Shona in
Mhm.
Zimbabwe. So you can just see that, okay, these languages are just, they're actually very similar. They're almost the same.
So I can't talk behind your back in Zulu.
No, you can't. You can't even gossip.
Not a chance.
And as we're about to wrap it up, I mean, in terms of Channel Africa as a platform and how it is so influential in Zambia, tell us a little bit about, that dynamic, because we've got also a lot of Zambians in South Africa. I'd like to get your experience of how you guys interact with both audiences in South Africa and also in Zambia.
Yeah, remember Zambia and Malawi, they grew up knowing each other as cousins.
Yeah.
All right. So all these years we've known that they're like cousins, but then we have to remember that every country has got their own tribes. So we Malawians are very similar to Zambian cultures, in terms of cultures. So
Sure.
they are so into it. And
In terms of food?
food as well, even
Sure.
the dressing.
Okay.
The dressing. Speaking of that, last week I was in Zambia for my birthday, and I could see the people.
Happy
are wearing-
birthday, girl.
Oh, thank you.
Happy
It's a belated one.
belated.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so I could see a lot of ladies, the older ones, they are wearing they call it shitenje. It's like a wrapper, a rubber cloth
A cloth,
on top
sure.
of the skirt or whatever. So I could see the similarity in Malawi because I've been in Malawi so many times, and I
Yeah.
saw that a lot of people dress like that. And talking about food, they call it Nshima in Zambia, and in Malawi it's like Nsima. So remember, in Zambia they've got other languages as well, same as Malawi. They've got different languages as well. We're not talking about only Chinyanja there. So
Yeah.
I can say that they've got a good relationship.
Nice, man. And let's unpack a little bit about also your audience in South Africa? Do you have a large audience in South Africa, or is the majority of your listenership in Zambia itself, or when it comes to your service?
We have actually a huge audience in South Africa, but also Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe, in parts of Tanzania, in Mozambique as well. So in South Africa, it's actually because of migration. Most people from Zambia, Malawi, all those countries, they come to live in SA for various reasons. So that's why we have actually a huge audience in South Africa. And they listen to Channel Africa because they find that, okay, if they want to actually listen to news or programs in their own language, then they have to come to Channel Africa. That is in South Africa, yeah.
And in terms of content, I mean, it's very interesting to be chatting to you guys because we work together. So I'm like interviewing my colleagues for the first time, but I'm interested in just breaking down the stuff because even in the content that you guys select, do you focus on Zambian news or continental news or South African news, or do you just mix it up?
No, we mix it. Remember, we are Channel Africa. We are channeling African countries a lot.
Okay, sure.
So we're doing everywhere callers in Africa.
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
paying. Yeah.
And you guys get a huge response, like large numbers of listeners are always tuning into your program. And every day you guys have voice notes and you have call-ins, you have all these dynamic conversations. How is it interacting with your own people in that way, where you feel like they really engaged in African content and they have their own voice as well?
All right, I'll start by saying Stella is going to follow me, but then let's say, as we know that our catchment areas, it's like Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and part of South Africa, because of like she have already explained. So what happens is like, okay, even us traveling around, we normally talk to the people around and tell them about Channel Africa. So that's why we always get our listeners a lot the attention. Remember, when I'm listening to Benjamin, I don't even know Benjamin, but if Benjamin comes to Hammanskraal, I'm from Hammanskraal.
Sure.
He comes there and I'm like, oh, is this Benjamin? Later on, I'm going to listen to Benjamin's voice. And I'm like, I know this guy. I've seen him. So it also catch our listeners' attention.
Okay,
right
so
there.
you're famous there in Zambia.
You know, it was my first time going to Livingston, what do you call Victoria Falls.
Yeah.
But then, a lot of people knew me. And
Wow.
they're like, we normally watch you on Channel Africa, the Facebook Live. I was like, what?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I like that. Even in Malawi, when I went to Malawi, that was 2019, before the COVID-19 started.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, I think we saw you somewhere. I'm like, oh, okay. And now I just want to eat Amazimbanje. You know, guys, I'm not that celebrity.
But you are a celebrity. You are a celebrity.
So that's how we interact with our listeners as well.
That's awesome,
Yeah.
man. Well, thank you for coming through, guys. You want to say something, Stella?
Yes. Also, it's because of the question of the day, the WhatsApp question that we actually post on Facebook, and also.
So the question of the day is like a topical issue of the day.
It's a topical issue. Yeah,
okay.
It's a topical issue. Sometimes it can be light, but mostly it's a topical issue. So they give what they actually answer to that question, and then we read those questions during the show, Zoshitika, from 7 to 8 p.m. And they also respond on Facebook. So, and that's why we have actually this huge engagement with the listeners. And to us, we feel like, okay, we have a family out there, like a large family.
Yeah.
So we enjoy also, like, every time they comment, and it's really great. It's a great feeling for us.
Well, thank you for pulling through, guys. And later on, we're going to have you guys back to chat about those different names that are related to South Africa and Zambia. We're going to have that as an outside broadcast. Thank you for giving us a snippet of what's coming up with our broadcast with our sister stations, SAFM and also Radio 2000. Well, let's go back to the studio and have a little bit of music. We'll be back.
Language is one of the most important parts of any culture. It is the way by which people communicate with one another, build relationships, and create a sense of community. There are almost 7,000 spoken languages in the world today, and each is unique in a number of ways. Some of them are similar due to factors like origin and proximity of countries. Chinyanja and Zulu are similar. For example, water in Chinyanja is madzi and in Zulu is amanzi. Mouth in Chinyanja is mlomo and in Zulu is umlomo. A person in Chinyanja is muntu and in Zulu it's umuntu. Let's celebrate Africa by embracing our languages.
J'entends des bails à 300 morts. À ce qui paraît, je te cours après. Mais ça va pas, mais t'es taré, ouais. Mais comment ça, le monde est typé. Tu croyais quoi, qu'on serait plus jamais. Je pourrais t'afficher, mais c'est pas mon délire. D'après les rumeurs, tu m'as eu dans ton lit. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Tu penses à moi, j'pense à faire de l'argent. J'suis pas ta daronne, j'te fais pas la morale. Tu parles sur moi, y'a air. Crache encore, y'a air. Tu voulais m'avoir, tu savais pas comment faire. Tu jouais un rôle, tu finiras aux enfers. Dans son Nakamura, je l'ai couché. Le jour où on se croise, faut pas tout faire. Tu jouais le grand frère pour me salir. Tu cherches des problèmes sans faire exprès. Putain, mais tu déconnes. C'est pas comme ça qu'on fait les choses. Putain, mais tu déconnes. C'est pas comme ça qu'on fait les choses. Putain, mais tu déconnes. C'est pas comme ça qu'on fait les choses. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, y'a pas moyen, dja dja. J'suis pas ta cata, dja dja. Genre, en katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, j'suis pas ta cata, dja dja, non. Y'a pas moyen, dja dja, ouais. En katana, baby, tu dettes ça. Oh, dja dja, j'suis pas ta cata, dja dja, non. Y'a pas moyen, dja dja, ouais. En katana, baby, tu dettes ça, d'après toi. En katana, baby, tu dettes ça. En katana, baby. En katana, baby, tu dettes ça. En katana, baby. Oh, dja dja. Oh, dja dja. Oh, dja dja.
Open mic. Ifuliwe. Afuliwe. Sorry, no. You are talking here.
Zuma. Your business news this hour. A Lebanese judge has banned the country's central bank governor Riyad Salameh from traveling days after Beirut received an Interpol red notice following a French arrest warrant. Now, this is according to a judicial official. Salameh has been the target of a series of judicial investigations both at home and abroad on allegations including embezzlement, money laundering, fraud and illicit enrichment, which he denies. French investigators suspect that during his 3 decades as central bank chief, Salame misused public funds to accumulate real estate and banking assets concealed through a complex and fraudulent financial network. Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo says the country will soon resume borrowing as the country grapples with its worst economic crisis in a generation. Akufo-Addo stressed that the country would maintain the discipline which is required following last week's $3 billion bailout by the IMF. His comments come as the country is still negotiating with external creditors, hoping for debt relief of about $10.5 billion. The country was shut out of the international capital market because of its huge debts, but can now have access as a result of a bailout. Now, donors have raised around $1 billion in new commitments for the drought-stricken Horn of Africa during a pledging conference held at the United Nations, but failed to close the gap on an appeal seeking $7 billion. The UN says $7 billion is needed this year to assist nearly 32 million people in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia who are facing acute food insecurity after 5 failed rainy seasons have caused unprecedented drought. With the year nearly half over, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said they have received just 20% of the funds. The South African Federation of Trade Union, which is SAFTU, is
1 1 1 1 1. Ndade. Okay. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, then. Project. That's it.
Yeah, the other one. Check the other one.
This one should be fine. I think it's on Taibule more. 1 2. Yeah. Alright. Projects. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 1 2. Yes. Tawile. Yes. 1 2 1 2. 1 2. Mic 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 1. Mic 1. Mic 1. Mic 1. This is mic 1. Mic 1. Mic 1. Mic 1. Mic 1. Then this one is obviously mic 2. Mic 2. Sure.
Bébé dis-moi c'est mort, avec toi là je t'allume. Bébé dis-moi c'est mort, alingué mon bébé, prends mon petit ma bébé. Ma bébé, t'es d'une alingué mon bébé, prends mon petit ma bébé.
We are up. We are ready. We are on the move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama on Channel Africa.
Amina tole elesiba sumawe amizongo.
Niembwe means palm oil in the Bantu language of Miene, one of the ethnical group of Gabon. Niembwe is a sauce made from mashed palm nuts. It goes perfectly with all meats, including poultry. It is the national dish of Gabon. It is also a national dish in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and other countries under different names. The preparation is very simple. Wash, boil, and pound the palm nuts in a mortar. Secondly, pour the seed sauce into a pot. Add at least 2 glasses of water and start cooking in a medium heat. Add your onions, garlic, and all your favorite spices. When the sauce begins to thicken, add the chicken into the nut palm oil seed sauce. Mix and continue to cook for a few minutes. Your dish is ready and can be served with cassava, yam, fufu, sweet potato, plantain, banana. Enjoy your meal. Happy Africa Day.
Get set and be ready to go. On the move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushata. If you are an upcoming artist looking to showcase your music to a wider audience, or just looking to promote your music on the radio, we can help. But there are few things you can do to increase your chances of success. 1. Send your music to music@channelafrica.co.za. 2. We require the following information to help you best: your label, your ISRC code, title of the song, performer, composer, publisher, author, language, genre. These are the things we would like to compose your musical bio. 3. Listen to Channel Africa play your music on the radio. The perfect soundtrack for your day. With Channel Africa and your music, you will never be bored because we play your music. Experience the best African music on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Get set and be ready to go. On the move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Yes, you are tuned into On the Move. It's a beautiful day here at the Prison Break Market in Midrand, Johannesburg. And yes, we are broadcasting live for Africa Day. I hope you're having an amazing Africa Day wherever you are on the continent, in the diaspora, anywhere else in the world. You're still tuned into On the Move with me, Palesa Tau and Benjamin Mushatama, and of course the rest of the Channel Africa family. We've been talking to a few vendors here at the Prison Break Market. It's an amazing place. Many sheds here with different things you can get, from fashion, food, cosmetics, you name it, it is certainly here. But right now, in front of me, I have Mary Tloaele. So it's Mary Tloaele. She's one of the vendors here as well, from a food stall called Love is Bao. How are you, Mary?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks. And you?
I am great. Thank you so much for joining us. It's quite a pleasure.
Thank you for having
Happy
me.
Africa Day.
No, thank you. Happy Africa Day. Thank you.
All right, tell us about Love is Bao. You know, I've heard about bao buns, right? Yeah. And they're not exactly African. So I was really surprised to see you, a beautiful black woman, coming here to speak about Love is Bao. So tell us about this particular food store.
Okay. Thank you very much. Love is Bao is still a relatively new business. We started in November last year, and I must say we've been pleasantly surprised at how good it's been going. So we are very grateful for that. But let me just explain what is bao buns.
Please.
Very delicious. It's soft and fluffy buns that we steam. You know, we freshly steam them, and they're like, the buns are like your normal bread. You know, it's your normal bread recipe. It's just folded, so that we are able, inside, we are able to put some vegetables and some protein fillings. So we have beef, we have lamb, we have prawn, we have chicken, and for our vegetarians, we have tofu. And then at the bottom, we put like our vegetables, our red cabbage and carrots, and then our mayo, and our sriracha. So it's very, very, very nice, and it's Asian inspired, but we customize it for our African feel, because in terms of our lamb and beef, we cook it until it's very, very soft. So it's like melts in your mouth, and it's sort of like chotlo, if you know chotlo.
Okay, yes. Chotlo is like it's a Tswana dish where like meat is cooked so well and so fine, it becomes like small little, it's like pulled meat.
Pulled meat, yes.
Oh,
so
I
it's
love
very
it. I
soft,
love it.
it melts in your mouth. So when you eat it with the bun, it's very, very delicious. And also we have our chicken. It's our best selling.
Oh, wow.
People love the chicken. I'm so grateful for that. The kids, young people, old people, because it's soft. Everything that we're doing is soft and fresh. So, and we use some high quality ingredients. So I must say, we've been well received. We're growing. Everybody's asking, when are you opening somewhere again? Are you just here? Is this a franchise? And we're like, wow, people, thank you for this, because it's giving us hope that, it's working. And we can only grow from strength to strength.
Absolutely. I mean, you do say, bao buns are, typically Asian, and you say these are Asian inspired for you, but you guys, turn them into African. And so why decide on an Asian dish in the first place? Because, we are African people after all, and there's so many different kinds of African food that we sell. And this is beautiful. It's different because you get inspiration from other parts of the world, but you bring it home as well.
This is something that I love to eat.
Yeah. Okay. So you already loved eating bao buns.
Something that when I'm traveling, wherever I am, I would say my family, we need to find bao buns. Wherever we are, and they would like sometimes say, no, ma'am, not today. No bao buns. Wherever I am, here, overseas, bao buns. It's because they are so delicious.
Yeah.
They are so soft, and it's basically a blank canvas. You can basically put whatever you want inside.
Right.
So wherever you go, you find a different version of a baoban, And
So now your kids were complaining of you always wanting to eat baobans when you guys go out. And then you decided, you know what, I'm going to start making these baobans myself. Now they can't run away because they're in a business now. Love is Bao. How have you gotten a lot of support from them when you started Love is Bao?
They eat the buns every weekend,
I'm sure.
every day. Whenever the market is open, I'll be
Yeah.
like, okay, guys, it's enough now. For the past 7 months we've been open. My family wants bao. Even if I've cooked, they still want bao buns. They are the ones that made me aware. No, man, this can go a long way.
Yeah.
They still want them every week, and every time they eat them, even my husband will be like, so good. I'm like, okay, at least you're not bored yet. So
Yes.
I know that this can, it's a long-term thing. We
Yes.
can, as long as we keep our quality going, our service, we try and do everything perfectly. We try, our standard is too high for my staff even, but I say we need to be professionals. This is just the beginning for us. We're going worldwide. Because what we got here, it's working and it's customized. We can replicate anywhere, anytime. So it's just a matter of making sure for our store now, it's the beginning. We perfect it and then boom.
All right, tell us exactly where we can locate Love is Bao here at the Prison Break Market. And of course, for someone who isn't here today and would love to come another time, where we can find out more information about Love is Bao.
We are located at hall number 2, the Yard Eatery. We are right in the middle. It's just, just opposite the bar.
Yes.
There's like pop-up stalls in the middle. We are right there. You will not miss us. You will see us we using big bamboo steamers. This always steaming.
Nice.
Yeah, so, yeah. But we also have other nice vendors. So there's something for everyone.
Absolutely.
If you're a whole family, you just come. You can pick and choose what you want to eat. Everything's of high quality and delicious. And, yeah.
Oh, look,
Yeah, very
some
happy.
of these bao buns are actually coming right in front of us right now. Wow, they look amazing. Really, really beautiful stuff. Go over to our YouTube page. We are streaming live there for today's live broadcast at the Prison Break Market. They really look delicious, and I cannot wait to dig in. Thank you so much, Mary. We'll definitely be visiting that Love is Bao store here.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
That is Mary Tloele from Love is Bao. She's here at the Prison Break Market where we are broadcasting live this morning. It's a beautiful day and a great day to actually spend some time with family, friends, and just mingle with other people as well as the Channel Africa family here as well. Thank you, Mary. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you very much.
Well, for now, we have to move on over to our sports desk. Don't forget to check us out. We are streaming live on YouTube, Channel Africa. That's where you can find us. We're also on Facebook, simply titled Channel Africa, and of course Twitter at Channel Africa 1. Let's head on over to our sports desk with Bra Fix Lingwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
And we begin with cricket news. Akash Madwal was at his sensational best as he led the charge to help Mumbai Indians, the MI, restrict Lucknow Super Giants to 101 in 16.3 overs and record a comprehensive 81-run win in their Tata India Premier League encounter at the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. MI will now meet Gujarat Titans in Qualifier 2 in Ahmedabad on Friday. Team captain Rohit Sharma praises two Mumbai Indians youngsters who have been the surprise packages for Mumbai Indians in the ongoing IPL 2023.
He was part of the season last year as a support bowler, but we drafted him into the squad last year. Didn't get to play, but we knew what he had. Once Jofra was gone, we knew we needed somebody to bowl at the back end. And with him, having seen him enough, I was confident that he can get the job done for us. A lot of skills, good attitude, a lot of character as well. So that was very pleasing to see about him. I think the first and the foremost, it's important to make them feel special, make them feel part of the team, because they play a lot of domestic cricket, but this is a different ball game with so many people here, a lot of pressure as well. So my job as a skipper, as a captain, is just to make sure that they feel comfortable on the ground.
And the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has urged all sporting bodies to combat racism following the abuse suffered by Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. last Sunday. At a news conference in Geneva, Turk said that racism is totally unacceptable, adding that there is a need to find ways to eradicate it entirely. Turk has more about it.
The racial abuse faced once again by Real Madrid football player Vinicius Jr. in Spain just this past Sunday is a stark reminder of the prevalence of racism in sport. I call on those who organize sporting events to have strategies in place to prevent and counter racism. Much more indeed needs to be done to eradicate racial discrimination, and it needs to start with listening to people of African descent, meaningfully involving them and taking genuine steps to act upon their concerns.
The human rights chief stated that he asked his office to prepare a guideline of policies in the coming weeks on sports events to counter hate crimes.
I think I would like to provide a guide to those who are federations of sport, and which is so important because, of course, sport is also, it brings people together. It has there are so many positive things that are ingrained in sport events. But there's also, we need to deal with the shadow side as well. And that's why we want to put forward a number of clear ideas of human rights standards and sport events.
In football news more, Senegal national under-20 fought hard to hold Israel to a 1-0 draw in the second group stage match of the 2023 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. After suffering a 1-0 loss to Japan in the opening group game, Senegal needed a positive result against Israel on Wednesday evening. Both teams failed to convert any of the chances created in the goalless first half. A point to keep Senegal's hopes of qualifying for the last 16 of the 2023 ongoing FIFA Under-20 World Cup alive and tied to a last group game against Colombia on the 27th of May. In Uganda's second edition of the much-anticipated annual Tusker Light Mountain Rwenzori Marathon is slated for the 2nd of September in the town of Kasese. The organizers of the marathon, Amos Wekesa from Equator Hikes, says they have invited runners, athletes and travel enthusiasts alike from around the globe to take part in the iconic event, which was recently named the world's most beautiful half marathon by US Today. For any sports stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fide Lingwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Get set and be ready to go. On the move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Thank you so much, Fide Lingwati, for that sports update. Well, don't forget, we do get regular updates from our news team. Our next sport update coming through in an hour. That's at 11:50. No, that's at 11:30 Central Africa time. And of course, at the top of the hour, we'll have Jolane Tulo giving us our news. And we'll also have Nosihle Zuma giving us our business news in the next hour. Well, hey, we're still speaking to the number of vendors here at the Prison Break Market. There's so much to do. There's so much to see. And there's so much to eat. That's my favorite part of this place. This morning, I had myself a beautiful chai tea and this very famous carrot cake that Joanne introduced me to, and of course the owner of this beautiful carrot cake and the Bettina Cafe, Bettina O'Grady, is here speaking to me this morning, telling us about all the beautiful things that they have at the Bettina Cafe. Thank you so much for your time,
Thank you
Bettina.
very much, Palisa. Thank
Happy
you.
Africa Day.
Thank you, and the same to you and everyone that lives on the continent.
Look, I could not put your carrot cake down this morning. It was so delicious, so indulgent, and I just couldn't stop myself. Tell us a little bit about your stall, Bettina Cafe, here at the Prison Break Market.
I'll tell you a little bit about myself first.
Yes.
I was a travel consultant by profession. I studied tourism, and after 20 years I decided I wanted to be creative. So I didn't have any qualification as such in baking or anything like that, but what I did have was passion and a love for food. And then I created Bettina's Cafe 18 years ago at another market, the Bryanston Organic Market. And the cafe's grown from strength to strength. And I think the reason why people love coming to our cafe is because everything is home baked. So it's like your auntie or granny's baking. And it's made with love, and it's done with good ingredients. And I think people can taste it, that it's fresh. I get up early in the morning. This cake that you're having today was baked this morning. Got up at 4 o'clock. And everything's freshly baked on the day. And then we serve it. And I think if people give care in what they present, it shows through in the actual food.
That's very true. I mean, I could definitely tell that, you know, from the drink to, you know, the food, this beautiful cake that I had this morning, it certainly is made with love. How much time and energy does it take to actually create such delicious delicacies?
I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I bake 3 or 4 cakes. But I prepare them the night before, and so it's, I've got it like wax now. So a cake it takes an hour in the oven to bake. My carrot cake has a cream cheese icing with lemon juice in it, and so it complements the actual carrot side of it. So I bake for about 3 hours in the morning.
Sure. Yeah. It really is a lot of work. But there's another element of, you know, having a cafe like this, especially in a place like this, like the Prison Break Market, where a lot of people come in. It's not just your passion for actually making the food, but the passion for people. Yes. How is that? The interaction of the different people coming in, seeing them eating your delicacies, drinking your coffee or your tea.
You see, it's important for me not to just serve coffee in a cup to go and lose the person after 5 minutes. So what we do is we serve coffee in a proper coffee cup, and we encourage people to sit down and take 5 minutes out of their busy day and have a nice coffee in a proper cup. I think it tastes better. I'm very particular about my coffee. I support all Africa beans. So we only have roasteries that buy African coffee.
That's amazing.
So it's Tanzanian and Ethiopian high altitude beans. So the coffee, in my opinion, African beans are the best beans.
I second your opinion.
So we only support African coffee beans, African coffee growers, and small coffee roasteries. So that's our motto, is to support Africa as a continent and the people of Africa, because then we uplift everybody in our continent. Yeah.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time, Bettina.
Thank you.
All the best with your cafe.
I appreciate you interviewing me.
Where can we find it? I mean, where can we find out more?
I'm in Shed 1.
Yes.
Bettina's Cafe is in Shed 1. And I also actually run the shed. So the people that I interview for to come and be storeholders, I interview everybody, and I try and get the people that have got passion.
Yes.
And that's what we've got in our Shed 1.
Oh, there's a lot of passion here as well. Thank you so much for your time, Bettina.
Appreciate
and
it.
Thank you once again for the carrot cake. I think I'll have this one to go.
Okay, I'll put it in the box for you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's definitely delicious. You'll be able to see it as well from our YouTube page, Channel Africa. So for now, let's head on over into the third and final hour of On the Move this morning. You're joining not just On the Move, but the Channel Africa family for Africa Day. Let's head on over to our news desk with Jolane Tulo.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Balisa. Top stories are Sawa. South Africa's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation due in Pretoria over the cholera outbreak and calls for parts of South Africa to be returned to Lesotho. Good morning. South Africa's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation is due to visit Hammanskraal in Pretoria today following the outbreak of cholera that has claimed 17 lives. The committee is seeking answers on why its February 2020 recommendations were not implemented following concerns over the quality of water in the city. Earlier, opposition EFF in Pretoria said they will lay criminal charges against the Tshwane municipality for the deaths as a result of the cholera outbreak to give justice to the community. Chairperson for the EFF in Tshwane, Obakeng Ramabodu.
The EFF in Tshwane will lay charges of murder and attempted murder to the DA administration and the Tshwane municipality after the cases and the murder that happened in Jubilee Hospital in Hammanskraal after the people of Hammanskraal had to drink contaminated water that has caused even cholera. After so many years, we've been saying that the plant of Rooiwal of Hammanskraal must be given an attention.
China's embassy in Kenya has denied a Reuters news agency report that hackers from the Asian nation attacked key state agencies in Nairobi, including the presidency, to assess whether the country would service billions of dollars owed to Beijing. Reuters had reported that years-long cyber attacks started in 2019 when the Chinese started closing credit taps to Kenya as debt strains started showing. The Chinese embassy said in a statement the report was far-fetched and sheer nonsense. The embassy says it is a highly sensitive political issue to blame a certain government for a cyber attack without solid advice. A call for parts of South Africa to be returned to Lesotho is gaining momentum in some quarters. There are claims that parts of the Eastern Cape, Free State and KwaZulu-Natal provinces must be incorporated into Lesotho as they were forcefully taken centuries ago. This includes the area of Matatiele in the Eastern Cape province. However, a historian from Lesotho, Sibono Moya Rasmainama, says their main focus is to bring back all Basotho that were forcefully removed by colonialists to their rightful land.
Our case is very simple. Our case now is to get Basotho who are in Lesotho and other parts, yes, indeed, who are in Lesotho, to be given an opportunity to return back to the land of their forefathers and be compensated.
Chairperson of Grassroots Journalism in Kenya, Dennis Beru, says African journalists are the gatekeepers on stories told on the continent. Beru says extensive training is needed to empower journalists and develop mechanisms to report on all matters on the continent. As the continent celebrates Africa Day, literature has come under the spotlight as playing an important role in preserving and restoring Africa's identity and dignity. Beru elaborates.
We should not be part and parcel of the propagators of misinformation. How can we get out of this? Let us empower our members. Let us empower our journalists. Let all the African journalists do what we call report appropriately. Let us have effective reporting on the issues at hand. Before we come up with a story, let us have all the information around that particular issue. Let us have a generation whereby we are being called crooked. We are being called people who have not gone to school, who have not learned journalism.
And finally, U.S. President Joe Biden has hailed the late Tina Turner as a once-in-a-generation talent. Turner passed away at the age of 83 following a long illness. Dubbed the Queen of Rock and Roll, she became a superstar with hits such as The Best and What's Love Got to Do With It. She won 8 Grammy Awards and was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2021 as a solo artist. She spoke about her legacy on Oprah's Next Chapter show in 2013.
I endured hardship all the way. If we stay on course, we stay focused, never smoking, never drinking, never doing drugs. My legacy is that I stayed on course from the beginning to the end because I believed in something inside of me that told me that it can get better or you can make something better and that I wanted better. So my legacy is a person that strived for wanting it better and got it.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA, South Africa's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, is due to visit Hammanskraal in Pretoria today, following the outbreak of cholera that has claimed 17 lives. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Cholani Tulo.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Hey everybody, we're right here at the Prison Break Market. It's been awesome, and we've been having all nice treats here, and I'm having a good time. Hopefully, we'll get that Radio 2000 live dual broadcast. I'm not sure about it, but I hope so. If it does happen, then we'll find out a little bit more about the words that are similar between Zambia, Malawi, and South Africa. We'll do that a little bit later. And also, we'll have all our other language services coming in and out of our broadcast here at this Prison Break Market right here in 4 ways. And yeah, we're just about to just break things up and make things really cool. I don't know if that broadcast is going to happen. I'm crossing my fingers that it does, because there's always these technical things that happen. And I've been speaking to the great ladies from the Chinyanja service, our celebrities of Channel Africa. So guys, how's your day so far?
My day is great. I just got. Yes, I'm just looking forward to actually having lunch.
It's been a long morning.
Yes.
It's been a long morning, guys. It definitely has been a long morning right here. What are you going to get? Have you guys been through the stalls? Did you see anything nice? Something sweet? Something savory? What are you guys going to go for?
Yeah, we're gonna go for their food here. I can see a lot of restaurants here, different ones, and they've got beautiful and delicious food. I tasted some. Yeah, so because of it's just past 11 now, I'm gonna hold my horses.
Okay, okay, let's not predetermine that.
Yeah.
So we're right here. We're still here broadcasting live. It's been a fantastic show. Stay there with us. If you're listening to us on DSTV channel 802, thank you for joining us. OpenView 628 on www.channelafrica.co.za. That's where we are as well. Let's take a bit of a breather, and hopefully that dual broadcast will happen soon. But we'll be back after this.
Language is one of the most important parts of any culture. It is the way by which people communicate with one another, build relationships, and create a sense of community. There are almost 7,000 spoken languages in the world today, and each is unique in a number of ways. Some of them are similar due to factors like origin and proximity of countries. Chinyanja and Zulu are similar. For example, water in Chinyanja is madzi and in Zulu is amanzi. Mouth in Chinyanja is mlomo and in Zulu is umlomo. A person in Chinyanja is muntu and in Zulu it's umuntu. Tiyeni tikondwelele chiyankhulo chathu. Let's celebrate Africa by embracing our languages.
Artist looking to showcase your music to a wider audience, or just looking to promote your music on the radio, we can help. But there are a few things you can do to increase your chances of success. 1. Send your music to music@channelafrica.co.za. 2. We require the following information to help you best: your label, your ISRC code, title of the song, performer, composer, publisher, author, language, genre. These are the things we would like to compose your musical bio. 3. Listen to Channel Africa play your music on the radio. The perfect soundtrack for your day. With Channel Africa and your music, you will never be bored, because we play your music. Experience the best African music on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa at Play with Neto, N-E-T-O, Chairman.
Is there a player that you've experienced in your 21 years of coaching and you like, this is Adel Amrouche right there?
I can't say because I love all my players. I can't say for this one or that one, but really, I have very good contact with all my players. I don't think I have any issue with one player for 21 years. You see, when you have player like Dennis Olic from Kenya, he was the captain, he's legend, and you put him out from the team, and you take the captaincy and you give him to Wanyama, and you put him in the bench. And after I leave, and people ask him, who is the best coach in your career? He say, they are Gus Moulin and Coach Adel. You see, I don't say I was tough with him, but I was correct. Papa, you come late for the training, you don't come for the camp. Goodbye, stay at home.
Discipline.
You are my friend when you respect the rule for the team. The media can write, he can say, the social media he can write, he can say what they want. I swear I don't listen for them, because football for me is passion. For that, no one can control me.
Live every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time. When Africa needs to know the facts, Africa tunes into Channel Africa, the African perspective.
O embaixador está na casa. O embaixador da música africana e lusófona, Jacob Tivani. Para as melhores entrevistas, entretenimento, música e dança, junte-se ao Ritmos e Cultura com o embaixador Jacob Tivani, todos os domingos, das 19 às 20 horas, aqui no Canal África.
Get set and be ready to go. On the move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Hello Africa, tell me how you're doing. My name is Morris Touch, dropping by to let you know that you can now join me every Monday through to Friday between 12 midnight and 0200 hours Central African Time for that journey across the amazing continent of Africa. Afro Republic. Hello Africa, tell me how you're doing. The past, the present, and the future of African sound. You can also experience nothing but the very finest when it comes to exclusive interviews with those that are leading the pack when it comes to arts and culture.
What you're trying to do here is impossible.
A man once said it always seems impossible until it's done.
It is Monday through to Friday, only on Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Portuguese is the official language of 10 countries in the world, 6 of which are in Africa. These countries share a lot of traditions that unite the Portuguese-speaking people. And knowing that Portuguese language also brings together and enriches the African culture through the countries that are part of PALOMS, today we will talk about African fashion, more specifically about the African cloth that is used in different African countries and in different ways. In Mozambique, for example, this piece of colored cloth is known as the capulana and generates charm and curiosity whenever it passes, and has its own origin some centuries ago on Asian continent and arrived in Africa through the Indian Ocean coast, especially in Mozambique. Used to cover women's bodies, this fabric has evolved over the years in terms of texture, colors, and even in its own use. This beautiful cloth has become the pride and identity of the Portuguese-speaking people in Africa. Viva o português! Viva Africa!
She's not going to ask us some hard questions. They were not prepared. So she said the leg is whatever it is.
It's Radio 2000 on Music, Your Memories. We're doing readings live on the air. Kulumanzo Lwandle is literally here. I can see him, which is something special. Normally, he's on the phone. So if you want to get a reading, please call us on 086 000 2479. That's 086 000 2479. We're doing something special on Africa Day. We're crossing to our sister channel, that is Channel Africa, and they are coming to us live at Prison Break Market. Hello, colleagues.
Hey, Ntombi, how are you doing? Can you hear me that side?
I can hear you loud and clearly, Benjamin. How's it going there?
Hey man, we've been having tarts and biltongs and all nice things here at this particular market. It's been a wonderful conversation that we've been having, looking at different languages of the continent, speaking to the different people here. It's been just wonderful. I don't know if you've been to this market, but it's so versatile, from coffee to tarts to all things nice.
It's funny you say that, Benjamin, because about 2 weeks ago, we were celebrating a family's birthday, you know? And so we went to Prison Break Market. It was my first time.
Cool.
I had a ball. I stuffed my face. I think I gained like 5 kilograms,
Oh, no.
honestly.
And winter season is coming in, and I hope you don't gain more. You know, winter season is a problem because of that.
I'm going to try. So, Benjamin, you host the mid-morning show On the Move on our sister station, Channel Africa.
Yeah.
For the Radio 2000 listeners that are hearing your voice for the first time, that are hearing about the show for the first time, what can they expect? And what do you guys do during the mid-morning show?
Well, we talk all things about, you know, the positive energy of the African continent. We speak about how important it is to have that unification on the African continent. Well, they discussions from lifestyle to Pan-Africanism, and also just detailing the lifestyle of Africans. So it's a magazine style show that is very fast paced from 9 to 12, speaking to the key figures on the African continent, whether it comes to politics, lifestyle or fashion. We get a cheer. But right now we've got our Chinyanja friends here in Ntombi. And
yes.
I want us to chat a little bit about the relationship between Chinyanja and South African Zulu. Are you interested in that?
Oh, yes. I speak isiZulu very, very well. So I would love to know the two.
Okay, I've got the two Stellas here, and they're going to tell you a little bit about the relationship between the two languages, Zulu and Chinyanja. Guys, take it over.
Hi, Ntombi. How are you?
Hello, Stella. I'm good. I'm really excited to have this conversation with you.
Yes, all right. Now I'm going to use my middle name, which is Mada. So it's Madapiri, and the other one is Stella Longwe. So Madapiri is here at Four Ways, and as you know, that the Prison Break market, and I can see the beautiful restaurants here, which is like we've got Crafter Shed, we've got Clay Cafe, and the Yard Eatery, and there they've got so many restaurants inside. So I can't wait to have my lunch there. So
let's go into the languages, guys.
Let's talk about.
Please.
Yeah,
Yes,
let's
please.
go to the
Okay. Hi, Ntombi. You're speaking to Stella Longwe. I'll just give you a brief history of the relationship between the isiZulu and Chinyanja. So what happened in the 1800s, the Ngunis and the Zulus actually fled SA because of conflicts, and they went to settle in Zambia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and parts of Tanzania as well. And they got to those countries like in Malawi and Zambia, they got mixed with the the Chewa now.
It seems like we've lost. Okay, go on. We had lost you for a second there. Continue.
And the Chewa actually over the years actually got diluted a bit and became Chinyanja, and then this Chinyanja spoken in these countries I mentioned, and these the actually words that are actually similar between Chinyanja and isiZulu.
So what are those names? Tell us a little bit about the
What
names.
are those? Yes.
All right. Let's talk about. It's Mlomo, and in Zulu it's Umlomo, and
Umlomo, yes.
A pet is Muntu. Hand in Chinyanja is Zanja, and in Zulu is Izandla. So I can let Stella to continue with that, and then also okra. In Chinyanja is Telele, and in Zulu is Idelele. So Stella can proceed with others, you know.
Oh, okay. And the blood.
That's amazing.
And blood in Chinyanja is Magazi, and in Zulu it's Igazi. Yes. And teeth in Chinyanja is Mano, and in Zulu it's Amazinho. And meat in Chinyanja is Nyama, and in Zulu Inyama. So those are some of the ways that are. Anyway, you can't gossip about me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can't champions and
Exactly.
Definitely won't gossip at all. I won't gossip at all. Thank you so much for the language, lesson. And I know that the next time I'm in Zambia, I won't struggle because ngikhuluma isiZulu, and I should definitely get a connection with my brothers and sisters there.
Yeah, definitely. Man, it's been fun hanging out with you, Ntombi. Thank you for being with us here at Channel Africa. Remember, people can listen to us on DSTV channel 802, OpenView 628. Can also stream us on www.channelafrica.co.za. And also, we're on the SABC Plus app that is distributing all SABC content. Thank you so much, Ntombi.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Benjamin, and to the two Stellas. Have a wonderful day and enjoy Africa Day today.
Thank you.
Thank you. You were awesome.
Bye.
Well, that was our broadcast.
There you go, connecting with our sister station, Channel Africa.
Station, that is Radio 2000 there. Well, let's go back to the music. That was a fun moment. We'll bring in some other guests here who are with us. There will be our different language teams, and we'll continue chatting about the different offerings on Channel Africa.
What's your name, please?
A-F-R-I-C-A Africa. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
I'm the weekend voice that you wake up to. I am that girl who takes you from 9 to 12 midday on Out and About as well as on Tech Africa. I do have multiple personality, which is great for radio, right? Because radio is the theater of the mind. On Saturday, I paint a beautiful picture about the best places to see when we focus on travel. We look at fashion, we look at food, we look at music, book reviews. And on Sunday, it's a bit more serious, but we take all that tech content and make it relatable. How does it affect a regular person on the street? How does it shape Africa in general? And I feel like I'm in a class because I'm meeting new people and I'm learning these. How do you say it? It's jargon. Yes, I want to say jargon. Okay. Don't use that in the Tell me that you want this. And I'm learning this tech jargon. I get to share all this knowledge with you. So you don't want to miss the 9 to 12 slot. Saturdays and Sunday with your girl, your ultimate weekend voice.
Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawo on the move.
We come from the Bundus called Wasulu. Some come from the Bundus of Lesotho. Oma Bedi, Oma Swati na Makosa. Songe Sasekuli Mbobema. Oh, what a beautiful nation. Saswatina Swatanda Masego. Safasa Pela. Amasilo Bo. Amala Masilo. Safasa Pela. Awe to Amasilo. Amala Masilo. Here we are in the cities. Sihlelelo koloko kuphela. Remember the good old days. Sasikia sithuli ube man. Sithi ube. Ube ye, ube ye. Ube mama. Ube ye, ube ye. Sithi ube yo. Ube ye, ube ye. Umculo wasekhaya. Ube ye, ube ye. all happen to be Africans. Go batona, hey batona na bangoni. Ake usuku kutoa na golwimi. Siti wenzi bari wenzi, I went ani. The beauty of our land, our beautiful song. Here we are in the cities. Sihlele loko loko kuphela. Remember the good old days. Sasikia sithule impube mama. Impube mama. Oh impube mama.
Beautiful music indeed. Mbube, that's the legendary and the late Jabu Khanyile. Look, it's a beautiful thing. We are experiencing the African continent through food, through fashion, through language, as well as through music. Well, you're still tuned in to On The Move here on Channel Africa, and we're with the Channel Africa family today. For now, let's go over to our business news. Nosihle Zuma is standing by.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Palesa. Good morning. The International Monetary Fund has approved a $3.5 billion loan agreement with Ivory Coast, which it says is designed to tackle financial challenges and assist economic transformation. The West African country will receive nearly $500 million immediately. Be dependent on Ivory Coast making structural changes to its economy. The IMF says that the loan will help the country tackle the triple shocks of the COVID pandemic, global monetary tightening, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A Lebanese judge has banned the country's central bank governor, Riyad Salameh, from traveling days after Beirut received an Interpol raid notice following a French arrest warrant. Now, this is according to a judicial official. Salameh has been the target of a series of judicial investigations, both at home and abroad, on allegations including embezzlement, money laundering, fraud, and illicit enrichment, which he denies. French investigators suspect that during his 3 decades as central bank chief, Salameh misused public funds to accumulate real estate and banking assets concealed through a complex and fraudulent financial network. Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo says the country will soon resume borrowing as the country grapples with its worst economic crisis in a generation. Akufo-Addo stressed that the country would maintain the discipline which is required following last week's $3 billion bailout by the IMF. His comments come as the country is still negotiating with external creditors, hoping for debt relief of about $10.5 billion. The country was shut out of the international capital market because of its huge debts, but can now have access as a result of the bailout.
I can see.
The South African Federal of Trade Unions, SAFTU, is due to hold a picket outside the Reserve Bank today. The bank is expected to hike the country's repo rate when it makes its announcement on interest rates today. Economists anticipate that the Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Committee will raise interest rates by between 25 to 50 basis points. SAFTU General Secretary is Zwelinzima Vavi.
We will be at 300 Lady Helen Joseph Street in Pretoria today at 1 o'clock to protest against the policy South African government is following. South Africa's Monetary Policy Committee, which is meeting today and is more likely to increase the interest rates by another 50 basis points, is going to increase the interest rates to totally unaffordable.
Attack in Parliament by some members of the Portfolio Committee. Her of appointing her friend 50 7 and in South Africa it's at 20 rand 7. Dollar is trading at 92 the euro and at 79 pence. $957 and platinum at $1,022 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $78.30 a barrel. Now, for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channel or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Nosihle Zuma.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Get set and be ready to go. On the Move with Palisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Thank you, Nosihle, for... Look, I'm actually so sad that we're about to wrap up this particular hour because it's for our African... Every day is Africa Day on Channel Africa, but today it's not just about On the Move. It really is about the Channel Africa family and highlighting the really great work we do together. And I still have my colleagues here with me, JJ and IAM, and we're going to chat a little bit about, you know, the kind of broadcast we do across the station, the different languages. Good morning, guys. Pick up the mic, guys. You guys are radio broadcasters.
Good morning, how are you?
Great that we're doing this because most of the time we are, you know, with each other. We see each other at work and, you know, we're just walking past. We listen to each other's shows. But the fact that we're able to come together and really showcase the greatness of Channel Africa as a station and just what really sets us apart. But because we're introducing you guys to the On the Move slot, please introduce the shows that you guys do here on Channel Africa and the languages, of course, you broadcast in.
Okay, my name is Ayam Henry Shekif. I'm presenter of Darubini Africa in Idhaa ya Kiswahili here in Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Absolutely. Well, Kiswahili is a beautiful language, and in fact, all the languages that we broadcast with here on Channel Africa are languages that people use on the African continent. Kiswahili is very popular across the African continent. Tell us a little bit more about the language. Which parts of the continent can we find Kiswahili?
Okay. Kiswahili is all content. First of all, it's a very easy language to understand, and it has also been chosen by African Union and the African community, as you can find it in East Africa. Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, we all African, East Africa, we speak Swahili. So it's a very easy language to communicate with people other way. So it's easy. Even in Zulu, there is some word that we can relate. Like it's like the way we speak, like for example ikuku in Tanzania, in Swahili we say kuku. Inyoka in Swahili we say nyoka. Imvula in Swahili we say mvua. You see, you can see how African language, the way how we relate to each other.
And I mean, not so long ago, we were speaking about languages on the show and just their similarities and how, you know, essentially our languages really show how, you know, people on the African continent really are one people. Just different dialects, small changes here and there, but it really is about, you know, being one and together. So your show is called, I need to really learn how to pronounce it.
Darubini Africa.
Darubini?
Africa.
All right, so let's go to JJ, because I want us to do something fun a little bit later. I want us to do this broadcast in the languages. So we're almost going to do, you know, like a three-way interpretation of the show. If we'll be able to do that. It sounds a bit complicated. JJ, how are you doing this morning?
I'm all right.
Are you enjoying Africa Day?
Wow, I'm having fun.
Yeah, me too.
It should be. We should actually add more fun to what we're having.
Yeah, true. No, it is a fun thing to do.
It is.
And it's a beautiful thing. We get to connect with, you know, everyone on the continent.
I see faces that I haven't seen yet.
That's great.
As you said at the beginning, we come to the show, you do your show and then you leave.
Yeah.
You don't really get to meet the family. And this is kind of a family reunion.
It is.
It's great.
And what about your show? Tell us a little bit about the French desk.
Well, I do a show on Saturday. It's called Mix Vibration.
Mix Vibration.
Yeah, well, it's literally written the same way as it's written in French.
Yeah.
In English, mixed vibration, but it's read Mix Vibration.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
on Saturday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
And
I
that's
used to
music.
I'm going back to Pamela, I'm going back to the news. I'm coming back to the news.
So Mix Vibration
Yeah.
is a music show.
You pronounce it as if that was Portuguese.
Vibration.
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 Wow, something like that.
Okay, I'm learning, guys.
Yeah,
we're all
yeah,
going
but
to
you get
learn.
there, you get there.
That's why we're here, right? We're
You will
going to
get
do
there, yeah.
a little bit of a lesson so we
Yeah.
can all sort of get acquainted with
Yeah,
each other's
yeah,
languages.
absolutely.
It's a very popular language, French, of
Yeah,
course.
yes.
Around the world.
Yeah, there's about 300 million people in the world
Wow.
that speak
Yeah.
French, and in Africa only, there's more than 120 million people that speak French in Africa.
Sure.
Yeah.
Those
So
are
how many
people.
million are we again in Africa? How many million are we in Africa?
I'm not sure. Many
just
millions.
remove 120 million. Put them aside. Those ones that speak French.
Yeah.
I was actually disappointed today because, according to the report of Organisation, what is that called again? Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. Apparently, French is the 5th most spoken language. I don't know what the first four were. I thought we could be maybe number 2, somewhere there. But like we're number 5. I don't understand how we're number 5. Languages than French.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that
crazy,
speak
right?
the language. I don't even want to bother with English. I mean, we're here, we're speaking it on this particular slot every single day.
Yeah.
But let's speak music. Kiswahili. What type of music do you really enjoy in the language? And I also want your favorite song.
In Swahili?
Yes.
In Swahili, we have a lot of music and culture. You know, the people of culture and food and stuff like that. But the most music we have a bongo flavor.
Oh.
Bongo flavor.
That already sounds like, is it a lot of drums?
Exactly. No, not
nice.
really. It's a flavor of our bongo.
Okay.
Bongo is Dar es Salaam, the big city in Tanzania. So bongo flavor is the one of the very, very famous music in our country. Also, we have we call it Taarabu, is a like Arabic. Some reality with the
I
culture
see.
of Arab. Also, is very, very popular. So also we have a lot, like mostly we are culture.
Yeah.
As we celebrated today, African Day, we're really happy to be African. We are so proud being African.
Yeah.
You understand that you can see the peace surrounded us. You understand, even though we are going through about other things, but
Yeah, we're going.
presenting, and there is million of people that wish to be African. So we are so excited to be here, and thank you so much.
And what about you, Jacob? I mean, the French language has a big footprint across the continent, and even the music especially in Africa. Music is making a big showcase across the continent. From hip hop, I've heard a lot of hip hop music in the French language. Yes.
Yeah. There's a. Well, I wouldn't really say. Okay. Well, firstly, let's make something clear. Even though so many people speak French in Africa, it's a borrowed language, right? It came with the colonization.
Right.
Oh, it's so hard to speak English earlier. Well, so yeah, it came with the
colonization.
Yeah. And but well, there's about I was reading there's about 11 countries in Africa that has French as their number. It becomes complicated because there's French music from Europe, and there's African French music. Now, if I have to say Kofi and Fali and all the musicians that we know, they do not really use the French as language for the music. Right? They use other African language to do their music. But we still have artists, like your Aya Nakamura, that does music in French.
Yeah.
So they are musicians that do music in French, and well, we love our music.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's do our three-way. What we're going to do is, I'll say a phrase. We're going to present the show in all the languages, right?
Alright.
Are we ready?
Fun.
Are we ready?
We are.
Should be fun.
Good afternoon, African continent. Thank you so much for joining us on Africa Day here at the Prison Break Market. We're having an absolutely amazing day. Kiswahili?
Leo ni siku nzuri kabisa tukisherehekea siku ya Mwafrika duniani. Msikilizaji, karibu sana katika darubini ya Afrika hapa Channel Africa idhaa ya Kiswahili.
Nice.
Merci de suivre Channel Africa depuis Prison Break Market. Ici à Fourways, nous sommes heureux de venir chez vous pour célébrer la Journée internationale de l'Afrique. Nous vous aimons.
One thing about that is that you won't find it on any other radio station
Right.
other than Channel Africa. Uniquely Channel Africa, broadcasting in most of the languages here in South Africa. English, Kiswahili, Portuguese, French, Chinyanja. Beautiful languages of the continent. And of course, you can stay here with us. But for now, let's take a bit of a break. We'll be back with the Channel Africa family.
Portuguese is the official language of 10 countries in the world, 6 of which are in Africa. These countries share a lot of traditions that unite the Portuguese-speaking people. And knowing that Portuguese language also brings together and enriches the African culture through the countries that are part of PALOPS, today we will talk about African fashion, more specifically about the African cloth that is used in different African countries and in different ways. In Mozambique, for example, this piece of colored cloth is known as the capulana and generates charm and curiosity whenever it passes, and has its own origin some centuries ago on Asian continent and arrived in Africa through the Indian Ocean coast. Especially in Mozambique, used to cover women's bodies, this fabric has evolved over the years in terms of texture, colors, and even in its own use. This beautiful cloth has become the pride and identity of the Portuguese-speaking people in Africa. Viva o português! Viva África!
Hey!
You know Mariama, right?
Yes,
Give me love. Swiss. Now you the catch my shot. For your sake, I go church.
Just one.
We go drive around for my Porsche.
Say this song. We're not going to finish it because we have 2 minutes to the... All right. Yes, we're still tuning into Channel Africa. Today is all about the Channel Africa family because we are celebrating Africa Day together. Today, now to wrap up, we have our Portuguese desk. You know what? There's something that I love about the Portuguese language. It's so sexy. Without a doubt, Portuguese language sounds so amazing. How are you today, colleagues?
Oh, we okay, thank you. This beautiful place, we enjoying it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a sunny day. It's like the day was specially for us.
It really is. I agree.
All of these days were like cold, but today the sun is like shining for all of us.
And yes, I must agree. Portuguese, no language like Portuguese.
Look, it's a beautiful day. Thank you so much for joining us, guys, as we wrap up. Let's speak a little bit about the Portuguese desk, the show and the content that you guys do for Channel Africa.
Okay, so Portuguese is a language. It's an official language in 7 countries.
Yeah.
It's Portugal, Brazil, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé e Príncipe, Angola, and Cabo Verde. So what we bring is we bring content from all of those countries and also from Africa in general. So we try to engage our listeners, our Portuguese listeners, not only bringing them news from the respective countries, but also from around across Africa and all over the world.
Yeah, I think Mariam have said it all. It's not just about Portuguese news, but all over Africa.
But what's the name? What's the name of the shows?
Kaleidoscópio.
And ritmos e cultura.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Benjamin knows that is my favorite poem. I always say ritmos e cultura. All right, I know that you said. I mean, Portuguese has a lot to do with music and dance, and you know, I know you love it, and so I can't wait. You said you were gonna give me a dance lesson about how you guys are doing it across the continent. So hey, let's get up.
Let's get up.
Let's get up.
Let's do it.
We're doing it.
I'm
We're doing
ready.
this dance
I hope you're
promo.
ready.
I'm ready. We have about a minute before we go to our sports, so let's do it. Okay, I don't know if you guys can give us a little bit of background music back at studio. Give us a little light music there so we can have our little dance demo quickly. A little bit of music back in studio, please. There we go. All right, let's go. Come on, Mariamo.
Vamos.
Okay. What do we do? I'm following your lead. Okay.
One, two, let's go down. What's this?
Alright, that was really great. I was like to check it out. We are streaming live on YouTube. Channel Africa is our YouTube name, and we're having a really fun time here at the Prison Break Market. But for now, let's head on over to our sports desk. I'm a little bit out of breath. Fikile Lingwati has you on that one.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
We're teeing off with golf news. American superstars Scottie Scheffler and Jordan Spieth will lead the field at the Charles Schwab Challenge at the historic Colonial Country Club. One of the game's legends is celebrated at the Charles Schwab Challenge, while one of its current stars hopes to continue his success. This week will be the 2023 homecoming for Spieth, who was forced to withdraw from the tour's other stop in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, the AT&T Byron Nelson, because of a wrist injury. He returned to make the cut in last week's PGA Championship, however, competing with a tape on his left wrist and KT tape on his forearm. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has urged all sporting bodies to combat racism following the abuse suffered by Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. last Sunday. At a news conference in Geneva, Turk said that racism is totally unacceptable, adding that there is a need to find ways to eradicate it entirely. Turk has more about it.
The racial abuse faced, once again, by Real Madrid football player Vinicius Jr. in Spain just this past Sunday is a stark reminder of the prevalence of racism in sport. I call on those who organize sporting events to have strategies in place to prevent and counter racism. Much more indeed needs to be done to eradicate racial discrimination. And it needs to start with listening to people of African descent, meaningfully involving them and taking genuine steps to act upon their concerns.
The human rights chief stated that he asked his office to prepare a guideline of policies in the upcoming weeks on sports events to counter hate crimes.
I think I would like to provide a guide to those who are federations of sport events, which is so important because, of course, sport is also, I mean, it brings people together. It has there are so many positive things that are ingrained in sport events, but there's also, we need to deal with the shadow side as well. And that's why we want to put forward a number of clear ideas of human rights standards and sport events.
Cricket news, Akaska Madwal was at his sensational best as he led the charge to help Mumbai Indians restrict Lucknow Super Giants to 101 in 16.3 overs and record a comprehensive 81-run win in their Tata India Premier League encounter at the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium. Chennai MI will now meet Gujarat Titans in Qualifier 2 in Ahmedabad on Friday.
He was part of the season last year as a support bowler, but we drafted him into the squad last year. Didn't get to play, but we knew what he had. Once gone, we knew we needed somebody to bowl at the end. And with him, having seen him enough, I was confident that he can get the job done for us. A lot of skills, good attitude, a lot of character as well. So that was very pleasing to see about him. No, I think the first and the foremost, it's important to make them feel special, make them feel part of the team, because they play a lot of domestic cricket, but this is a different ball game with so many people here, a lot of pressure as well. So my job as a skipper, as a captain, is just to make sure that they feel comfortable on the ground.
That is the Mumbai Indians captain Rohit Sharma praising two Mumbai Indian youngsters. Uganda's second edition of the much anticipated annual Tusker Light Mountain Rwenzori Marathon is slated for the 2nd of September in the town of Kasese. The organizers of the marathon, Amos Wekesa from Equator Hikes, says they have invited runners, athletes and travel enthusiasts alike from all around the globe to take part in the iconic event, which was recently named the world's most beautiful half marathon by US Today. And for any sports stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Figide Lingwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
What's your name, please?
AFRICA. Africa. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Thank you so much, Brafix. Look, it is almost time for the end of the show. But before we do that, we're wrapping up with the Prison Break Market. I have with me Keith Richardson. He is a head of marketing and digital for the Prison Break Market. How are you, Keith?
I'm nervous right now, actually. That you are.
Don't be. It's all good.
I
Trust
prefer
me.
staying in the background and letting much more important people actually talk.
Happy Africa Day.
Happy Africa Day to you
and
too.
man, thank you so much for all of you guys. You know, the reception has been amazing here at the Prison Break Market. We're still broadcasting here, of course. But let's speak social media, because this has had a big impact on the way that people have known about the Prison Break Market and, of course, interacted with it. How has that been for you?
Well, the initial idea was to actually push much more on a social media market, on social media platforms, rather than trying to put up massive billboards so everybody can see it. It was much more of a case of letting people find the place and letting it happen naturally, which is why our social media push has just been much more about what actually is happening here and changing the concept that a market only happens on a Saturday or a Sunday.
Yes. And, you know, I found out about the Prison Break Market on social media as well. And, of course, it's been a buzz on them.
Yeah.
The great, you know, the thing that really attracted me is how personal it is.
Yes.
And is that the experience that you try and give people here at the Prison Break Market?
Yes, that's the whole ethos, is making it family friendly. It's not a case of it being a massive organization. We wanted it to be personal. We wanted you to meet the actual people that are selling you the products and talk to them, have that conversation. For you to be more enthusiastic about being out here in this beautiful place that we love called Africa, and actually experiencing everything from a personal aspect and not just something you see from a distance.
Well, everyone certainly needs to see what we're seeing and experiencing today. So really quickly, give us your social media handles. Everyone go out there, check out the Prison Break Market. It is absolutely fantastic.
Our social media handles are very easy. At Prison Break Market.
That's it.
Not Prison Break the show, but Prison Break Market. We're across the road from the prison, and we're here to give you a amazing experience in this place that we call Africa.
Well, thank you so much to the Prison Break Market for this amazing experience. We are still broadcasting from here. Keith, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? That's how we wrap up On The Move this morning. But of course, Lulu Gabu is going to be coming in. She's wearing a beautiful outfit, really showing off the African continent. She's got, I think it's, if it's Tsonga dress wear, is it not? Is it not?
It is Venda. It is Venda.
All right, she's in her Venda attire. You're looking really amazing.
Thank you. I was expecting you guys to hold up the flag. Come on.
But at least we have you. You're always stunning when it comes to the outfits. But the Africa update, thank you so much.
Yes. So today on Africa Update, it is Africa Day. There's much happening around the continent. We are going to be speaking about the different platforms where Africa Day is being celebrated on a bigger scale.
Come closer, Lulu.
The Thabo Mbeki Foundation, they are in Guinea, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
I beg your pardon. And there's a lot going to come out from that, because for a long time, they've held the Africa Day celebrations in South Africa. So there was a complaint from the rest of the continent to say, it's not only about South Africa.
Right.
They decided to go to Guinea. Hopefully we're going to speak to a representative from there who's just going to give us an update on exactly what is happening. And with the President Thabo Mbeki, the former president, I beg your pardon, being there in person, it's going to be a very interesting one. Also, Zambia, while Africa is commemorating the continent's freedom, members of the Federation of Consultant Engineers Africa are meeting in Livingston for the 29th Infrastructure Conference. So a lot coming up. It is an exciting time. We are at a beautiful venue in the north of Johannesburg.
Yes, we are.
And I was listening to you guys earlier on with the 2000 collaboration.
Oh,
and
yes.
It sounded so good. And I thought, wow, this is really, really good.
Look,
so
it's certainly a fun
coming
day.
Up, a lot coming up. A lot of exciting people we are going to be speaking to, people who are here on a daily basis. And with the product that we're seeing, there's so much product. I can't wait to finish and do the walk around and buy a few things.
Well, you know what? You'll find me in one of these stalls when you're done, Lulu. That's Lulu Gabu coming up on the Africa Update. She's also broadcasting from the Prison Break Market. Thank you so much. Catch you back in Johannesburg at the SABC studios tomorrow.
All right. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Africa Update, coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
With your latest news this hour, I am Onelin Sinsi, and greetings to our listeners. South Africa's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation is due to visit the Hammanskraal in Tshwane today following the outbreak of cholera that has claimed 17 lives. The committee is seeking answers on why its February 2020 recommendations were not implemented following concerns over the quality of water in the city. Earlier, opposition EFF party in Tshwane said they will lay criminal charges against the Tshwane municipality for the deaths as a result of cholera to give justice to the community. Chairperson for the EFF in Tshwane, Ubakeng Ramabodu.
The EFF in Tshwane will lay charges of murder and attempted murder to the DA administration and the Tshwane municipality after the cases and the murder that happened in Jubilee Hospital in Hammanskraal, after the people of Hammanskraal had to drink contaminated water that has caused even cholera. After so many years, we've been saying that the plant of Rooiwal of Hammanskraal must be given an attention.
Zimbabwe's main opposition coalition, the Citizens Coalition for Change, has claimed that some of the more than 4,000 prisoners released on presidential amnesty last week include child rapists. President Emmerson Mnangagwa pardoned the prisoners drawn from the country's 47 prisons in an attempt to decongest the overcrowded jails. Tabiso Luhuku reports.
The Citizens Coalition for Change said in a statement it was grossly irrational to release dangerous, unrehabilitated offenders back into society before informing or preparing rape victims. Some Zimbabweans on social media have also demanded that the decision be reversed as it puts women in danger. Prominent investigative journalist Hopo Chinono said amnesty is never granted to rapists or people who have committed violent crimes. Zimbabwean authorities are yet to comment on the claims. Prison authorities had, however, said rape was among offences excluded from the amnesty. However, viral videos showed what local media said were rapists celebrating their freedom with some who are said to have served less than a year of their term. For Channel Africa News in Johannesburg, I'm Tabiso Luhuku.
A call for parts of South Africa to be returned to Lesotho is gaining momentum in some quarters. There are claims that parts of the Eastern Cape, the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal provinces must be incorporated into Lesotho as they were forcefully taken centuries ago. This includes the area of Matatiele in the Eastern Cape province. However, a historian from Lesotho, Sibunumoya Ramasimaya, says their main focus is to bring back all Basotho that were forcefully removed by colonialists to their rightful land.
Our case is very simple. Our case now is to get Basotho who are in Lesotho and other parts, yes indeed, who are in Lesotho, to be given an opportunity to return back to the land of their forefathers and be compensated.
Lastly, 6 civilians have been sent for trial in a Pakistani military court for their alleged involvement in recent violent protests. Supporters of the former Prime Minister Imran Khan took to the streets after he was arrested 2 weeks ago on corruption charges. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News, I am Onele Ntsinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Once again, and thank you to Onele Ntsinzi with our news update. It is 12:06 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from the Prison Break Market in Johannesburg. That's the north of Johannesburg. I must tell you, this place is beautiful. It's amazing, and the weather has just worked with us today. You know, Channel Africa outside broadcast, and I'm with our marketing manager of Channel Africa, Zakhele. Zakhele, good afternoon. And
good afternoon.
How did you find this gem?
It's all about going out. It's all about...
Oh, clearly some of us
exactly.
are not going out enough. So talk to us about Africa Day, the celebration of Africa Day. I mean, this came about when 32 countries at the time on the African continent decided to come together to form the Organization of African Unity, and later changing to the African Union, which is, that is what is known present day today.
Yeah.
We are celebrating across the continent. We have our journalists all over the African continent, where the former President Thabo Mbeki's foundation is in Guinea. We're going to be speaking to Sophie Mkwena. So it's a very exciting day. Talk to us. What happened to your theme, Africa Day?
Lulu, to be honest with you, Africa Day is quite an awesome day, to be honest with you. Most people, they have no idea what it's all about, but to be honest with you, it's all about who we are as Africans. It's all about our cuisine, the kind of food that we eat. It's all about how we dress. Look at you today in your Venda outfit. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's all about the music, like, and celebrating our art and culture. So Africa Day is all about celebrating the Africanism that we are, the Ubuntu and all those kind of African bit that we all love. But Africa Day is all about who we are as African.
And I guess also we need to embrace the spirit of Ubuntu, because we seem to be losing that on a daily basis. There's so much trauma. There's so much, instability on the African continent, and these are the sort of the platforms that we need to utilize to ensure that the message is put out there to citizens on the continent.
Correct. Earlier on, a French colleague of mine was saying that it's so nice to be here. I'm seeing people that I haven't seen, but we work together. So spirit of Ubuntu is very important. It's good to know each other. It's good to understand all our languages. By pushing that agenda, by pushing Ubuntu, I will understand how to speak your language. I speak Zulu anyway. I don't know why we're speaking English.
Oh yes,
do you understand Zulu?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Gahle. You know, if I go back in history,
Yeah.
I grew up speaking Siswati.
Siswati.
And I am actually Zulu. So a lot of people get confused.
Look, now I...
Because I... Stabe sikhuluma nebantu labahlukile. And bantu labakhona kulesi sikhathi. Fanele ukuthi sathi ukuthi si imvelaphi yethu iqhamukaphi firstly, and this is where we start, you know, mixing mix masala, and we try and understand the values of the African Union. Currently, the Pan-African Parliament is in its 6th session, the second session this time around for the next couple of weeks. And we've been speaking to a lot of delegates, a lot of MPs who are based there. And the message is instability, conflict needs to come to an end. How do we send that message across to our people?
To be honest with you, I think collaboration and understanding who we are as Africans and appreciating our languages and then try to resolve conflict in terms of understanding what is happening in Morocco. Let's not look at the Morocco colleagues and friends and families that are there as if they don't belong in Africa. We are all in Africa, so we are one Africa, one big continent. So even the guys who are somewhere at the north or east, they need to come to the south of the African continent. Let them experience the culture, music. Let's share all of those diversity. Look what sport is doing. Right, sports, we can go to Morocco, we can go to Egypt, they can also come back here, but music seems to be very limited. Current affairs seems to be very limited, but let's try and export and import all the cultures. Whether you are a black African in the USA, you are still an African. The fact that you are speaking English, but you are still an African, you are coming in here.
I think also something that we need to highlight is the fact that not only people, you know, South Africans, for instance, traveling to the rest of the continent, we always start thinking, oh, I want to go overseas, I want to go more international, and forgetting to start nearby. And that kind of travel and that message that we need to put across, not only that, but I think the biggest issue for me is the issue of the conflict that we're seeing on the African continent. The African leadership that is not standing their ground and dealing with these crises. Look at the case in Sudan. A big major humanitarian crisis. People having to leave their homes, and we shouldn't go too far to Sudan. Zimbabwe. There's a major crisis there. And the SADC region, not much seems to be done. So these platforms, Channel Africa Radio, it's one of a kind in terms of sending that message across, and for our leadership to start listening to its people.
Fully agree with you. I can't disagree more. I think our leaders, what they need to do is to make sure that they engage those leaders that are not academically or politically aware of what is going on. I think education needs to flood it across the continent. It's lacking politically, and they need to definitely destabilize the economic factors. We are trying to grow as a continent. So the more we fight, the more the economies are not growing. So our leaders, they still have to do so much in teaching how politics and how to manage each and every country, and the treasury, money. It's all about money. It's all about the money. So that's the situation. Education is very important.
Now, something that I need to ask you in terms of the marketing guru of Channel Africa.
Not guru.
No, it is a guru. So let's talk about Channel Africa and Channel Africa's mandate. Do you think that message is being put across enough?
Steady but surely. Remember, Channel Africa has been ignored for some time. However, we are unlocking those opportunities. The main idea right now for Channel Africa to grow is to come to places like this. Let it be known by our audiences, not just to sit in studios and start doing work in there. We need to start going out to places like Prison Break, which is a beautiful place. You can see it yourself. We need to start going to school. It's Youth Month next month. Why not do a broadcast and let's teach our young ones who Channel Africa is? That's how we can leverage from the brand itself. It's a massive brand.
Yes.
It's associated with 5 languages, can you believe? So we still have to go on and market Channel Africa as much as we can using on-air personalities like you, Tracy's and Sfiso's. You guys are doing the best. And to be honest with you, today it has been a very super great day.
Well, thank you very much. That is Zakhele, our marketing guru at Channel Africa. And as you heard, next month it is literally, it's in a couple of days. You've heard, it is in a couple of days. It is Youth Month, and who knows, we'll probably come to your school or your area at some point.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, that is Zakhele, our marketing manager at Channel Africa. And it is time for a spot break. What time is it? You know when you're used to being in studio. It is exactly 19 minutes past... 14 minutes past 12 midday, and let's go back to studio quickly. And you come back to us and we'll update you with exactly what is coming up on Channel Africa Radio.
Channel Africa, we think differently.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we think differently. The African perspective. Channel Africa's morning news team brings you the best continental news to start your day. Whatever you've missed on the previous day, the morning news team will bring it to you live and fresh. Meet your team on news. Jolani Tulo.
For Channel Africa, I'm Jolani Tulo. The military-led government in Mali has agreed to allow the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the country.
On the sport desk,
the Black Princesses of Ghana failed to progress from the group stages of the ongoing 2022 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup.
And on your morning business stash with Tabiso Luhugo.
For Channel Africa's business economy news, I'm Tabiso Luhugo. Egypt's exports of food industries grew by 2.4% to $51 million during the first half.
That's your morning news on Channel Africa. Nice and fresh. Every weekday morning on Channel Africa. The African perspective. We are on OpenView Audio Bouquet, Channel 628. Channel Africa. The African perspective. Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa.
Well, do join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126. That's hashtag Africa Update. And let us know which country you're in. One of our top stories today. Today is the 60th anniversary of Africa Day, formerly the African Freedom Day and African Liberation Day. The day is the annual commemoration of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity on the 25th of May in 1963. It is celebrated in various countries on the African continent as well as around the world. The organization was transformed into the African Union back in 2002 on July the 9th in Durban. That's in the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. Tuto Ngobeni compiled this report.
The 60th anniversary is being celebrated under the slogan Our Africa, Our Future, using the hashtag Our Africa, Our Future. Africa Day is intended to celebrate and acknowledge the successes of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, now the AU, from its creation in 1963 in the fight against colonialism and apartheid, as well as the progress that Africa has made while reflecting upon the common challenges that the continent faces in a global environment. Activities to mark the historical moment are being commemorated all over the African continent by the 55 member countries of the AU. All AU member states are expected, among other things, to showcase major successes, milestones, challenges, and way forward under Agenda 2063. We caught up with some South Africans and asked them about the day, and this is what they had to say.
No, I don't see the point of it. If it's something that should be celebrated, then it should be celebrated every day, not on a specific day.
I don't know much about Africa Day, but the most I've seen of it is, in corporate, our companies try to make sure that we celebrate the day and say, okay, come on this day, dressed up with your cultural attires and everything. But that's the most, more and more, and I believe whatever beliefs one has, whatever, it's the diversity that's worth celebrating.
I don't know about the day. There was just nothing left in Africa.
There's no lights, there's no water, there's nothing. I mean, how can we still even celebrate Africa Day?
What is Africa Day though? What is it about?
Nothing about that.
There's nothing to celebrate in Africa at this moment in time. I would not want to celebrate Africa at this moment in time, actually.
Researcher at the Thabo Mbeki African School on Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa, Advocate Sipho Mantula says the day is important as Africa has come a long way since the formation of the AU.
The significance of Africa Liberation Day to the continent and people is important because 60 years ago there were only 32 countries who were liberated from their colonial masters. But when you look at 2023 now, we are talking of 54 countries that are liberated. But it's also the issues of our common identity, our common aspirations as Africans that we always have to reflect and take a leap and look back at how far has the continent how far has this continent progressed on issues of politics, economy, and culture. What is said is that significance of this day is also being linked to the growth and development of the continent. Pity that many African countries have not set it aside as a public holiday where we'll have amplified its relevancy and its stance today, because it is important that we don't just talk about the Africa Liberation Day, but we have to liberate Africa from all its challenges, whether it's challenges of health, pandemics, whether it's challenges of corruption, whether it's challenges of military coups or conflicts. So it is important to always reflect on our being. This is the only time or the only month in Africa where we are able to reflect and talk about ourselves without somebody defining us. So it is important to always remember that Africa Month or Africa Liberation Day, it's always about to reflect and take and one can say an introspection of who we are and the Africa we want. Remember that Africa Liberation Day was also mooted as early as 1958 in terms of the freedom and the liberation of the African continent.
Mantula says despite the challenges that the continent has seen, there's other issues to celebrate.
Look at the progress. Remember that also 2023 is marking the implementation review of 2013 and Agenda 2063. And we can say we have regressed actually, because for the past 2 or 3 years we've been having military coups in the Sahel region. And secondly, also we've been having challenges also of we have challenges on elections in the African continent. But be that as it may, I don't think we have to be pessimistic about Africa, because there will be successes that we see. We see an effective Pan-African parliament that is working. So if one looks at the parliament, the governance, those are the signs that we can show. The still struggling issue that we are having in Africa is the issue of one Africa, one nation. How do we deal with the borders?
In some countries on the continent, the day has been observed as a holiday, while some just mark the day with activities. For Channel Africa News, I'm Tutongo Beni.
Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa.
Well, we are out at Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg, and we're coming to you live from here. It is an amazing place, a beautiful market, and we are going to be speaking to a number of people. But before we get there, it is, part of the Africa Day celebrations, and as part of these celebrations, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, that's the Thabo Mbeki annual lecture, will be delivered for the first time outside the country. South Africa's former president, Thabo Mbeki, will address the media in Conakry ahead of the lecture. International news editor Sophie Mokoena now joins us from Guinea. Sophie, good afternoon and thank you for joining us. Happy Africa Day to you.
Happy Africa Day to all the listeners and to Africa Day, Channel Africa.
Well, thank you, Sophie. Now, talk to us about the lecture being held for the very first time outside South Africa. You are in Guinea, and why is the lecture being held there?
Well, I think the foundation took a decision that because on this day every year, it is time to reflect in terms of how far we have come as a continent. And you know that the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, was very clear in terms of the African Renaissance during his tenure as head of state of South Africa. And therefore, after leaving office, he continued using his foundation to continue to lobby for support and mobilize Africans to develop the continent and be committed to making Africa the best region. And therefore, they felt that 13 years on, it is time to go out of South Africa, because the lecture is aimed at introspection, particularly on the continent. And therefore, it would be wise other countries as well, where people can have access to the former president, and also the former president can engage with other people. I think because the political situation, his political situation has kind of improved. You remember he had a frosty relationship with Jacob Zuma, and therefore the support wasn't that much with the current administration under Ramaphosa, even though there are things that are not going right, but the relationship between him and government is much better. And therefore I think there's much support outside the country in terms of South African embassies and other offices, and therefore he can be able to engage in such activities outside South Africa.
Now, Sophie, speaking of touching on the African Renaissance and the impact that the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, has had on the African continent, there are a lot of calls for him to get involved in issues like what is taking place in Sudan. There has been a call for him to be given the mandate to step in and ensure that there is peace brought to that country. What's your take on that? And do you think that former President Mbeki would be open to being deployed in that region or in that country to bring peace to the people of Sudan?
He has been involved in the Sudan question for quite a long time. You recall that the African Union appointed him to be the chair of a high-level panel, or AU high-level panel on Sudan. And therefore, he's quite familiar with the role players in Sudan, particularly the two generals, where they come from. And therefore, he does engage with the people who are currently working hard to try and find a solution, particularly the regional body, IGAD, and other heads of state in neighboring countries in relation to Sudan, and also the AU. Before he came here, you know that he was in Rome, where in France, where he attended a architectural show because of the building that's going to be launched in South Africa, where they are going to house the presidential library. And therefore, on his way here, he was engaging with other leaders and other role players on the Sudan question. Also, in terms of the Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, Russia in particular, you know that he received military training in Moscow in Russia, under Soviet Union, and therefore he has a relationship with Ukraine and also with Russia, because during the Soviet Union you had one strong powerhouse, and therefore he is still talking to President Putin and other stakeholders, particularly looking at how fertilizers and grain can continue to be exported to Africa, the region or the continent, because many countries, smaller countries in particular, do rely on Ukraine for grain, but fertilizers from Russia. So he is involved behind the scenes to ensure that Africa is not starving in relation to food security because of the challenges in Ukraine. Therefore, he's still involved behind the scenes. Sometimes he doesn't want to talk about these issues, but in an hour's time, after the media briefing that's going to start at 1 your time, it will be 11 local time, there's going to be an opportunity for SABC to engage with him. We are going to ask him about Sudan, DRC, and of course the war in Ukraine.
Now, Sophie, just in wrapping up, who is going to be delivering the Thabo Mbeki lecture this particular year?
It's Professor Siba. She is a professor, a Guinea citizen. He is going to look at the relationship in terms of the strength of the African Union. When you look at the Organization of African Unity, how far are we in terms of rebuilding and strengthening the economy of this continent?
Well, Sophie, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to that chat with the former president of South Africa, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update today.
Thank you so much, Lulu.
That's Sophie Mokoena, our foreign editor at the SABC, joining us on the line. It is, well, literally a minute to go before we go to the headlines. And because we're outside, we don't get to see the time and we have to keep checking our clocks. Anyways, Onel Nsinsi is standing by with our news headlines at Auckland Park.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Rwandan genocide suspect Fulgens Kayishema was arrested in South Africa. Kayishema is alleged to have orchestrated the killing of approximately 2,000 Tutsi refugees at the Nyange Catholic Church during the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Hundreds of Sudanese migrants are reported to be stuck at the border with Egypt. Head of the IOM mission in Egypt says the number of people waiting to cross into Egypt is increasing daily with no assistance in sight. And South Africa's Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation is due to visit Hammanskraal in Tshwane today, following the outbreak of cholera that has claimed 17 lives. Channel Africa News, I am Onel Nsinsi.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Oh, thank you.
Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa.
Oh, thank you, Onele, for that update. We say good afternoon to Ayandam Kwanazi with our business update.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Good afternoon. A Lebanese judge has banned the country's central bank governor, Riyad Salema, from traveling days after Beirut received an Interpol red notice following a French arrest warrant. This is according to a judicial official. Salema has been the target of a series of judicial investigations, both at home and abroad, on allegations including embezzlement, money laundering, fraud, and illicit enrichment, which he denies. French investigators suspect that during his 3 decades as central bank chief, Salema misused public funds to accumulate real estate and banking assets concealed through a complex and fraudulent financial network.
What do you mean?
Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo says the country will soon resume borrowing as the country grapples with its worst economic crisis in a generation. Akufo-Addo stressed that the country would maintain the discipline which it required following last week's $3 billion bailout by the IMF. His comments come as the country is still negotiating with external creditors, hoping for debt relief of about $10.5 billion. The country was shut out of the international capital market because of its huge debts, but can now have access as a result of the bailout. Donors have raised around about $1 billion in new commitments for the drought-stricken Horn of Africa during a pledging conference that was held at the United Nations but failed to close the gap on an appeal seeking $7 billion. The UN says $7 billion is needed this year to assist nearly 32 million people in Ethiopia, Kenya and Somalia who are facing acute food insecurity after 5 failed rainy seasons have caused unprecedented drought. The South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU, is due to hold a picket outside the Reserve Bank today. The bank is expected to hike the country's repo rate when it makes its announcement on interest rates. Economists anticipate that the Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Committee will raise interest rates between 25 and 50 basis points. SAFTU's General Secretary is Zwelinzima Vavi.
We will be clear against Lady Helen Joseph Street in Pretoria today at 1 o'clock to protest against the policy that the Reserve Bank and the South African government is following. South Africa's Monetary Policy Committee, which is meeting today and is more likely to increase the interest rates by another 50 basis points, is going to increase the interest rates to totally unaffordable levels.
And South Africa's Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille has expressed her full confidence in the interim board of SA Tourism after she came under attack in Parliament by some members of the Portfolio Committee. They accuse her of appointing her friends to the board. De Lille says, however, that in the time they have been in office, the board has done a lot of work. During the reply to the debate on her department's budget vote, she called on the committee to work with her to grow tourism.
Yes, there are challenges, many challenges, and we acknowledge them. But together with the private sector and the Portfolio Committee and the rest of government, we can really take tourism to the next level. So stop the bickering and stop the unnecessary diversion of attention. Let's focus on the action plan. I am committed to make sure that we take tourism to the next level.
The financial indicators, $1 in Nigeria is trading at 460 naira 76 in Botswana, 13 pula 44 in Kenya. The dollar is trading 137 shilling 29, and in Zambia it's 19 kwacha 13. In the BRICS currencies, starting in Brazil, $1 is trading at 4 real 95, Russia 80 rubles 10, India 82 rupees 73. China, a dollar is changing at 7107, and in South Africa, 20 rand 70. The US dollar is trading at 90 to the euro and at 79 pence to the British pound. Looking at the commodities, gold is trading at $1,962, platinum $1,029 per ounce, while Brent crude oil is at $77.47 a barrel. For any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. or give us a call on +2711 714 4459. I'll be back in the next hour with your financial indicators. Channel Africa Business, I am Ayanda Mkwanazi.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Thank you, Ayanda, for that update. It is 12:36 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa on DSTV's audio bouquet channel 802, an OpenView channel 628, and on www.channelafrica.co.za, as well as on the SABC Plus app, available on the Google and Apple Play stores. Do join us in conversation and let us know what you're getting up to on Africa Day. Our handles are Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126 as hashtag Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. Well, today we are coming to you live from the Prison Bank Market in the north of Johannesburg, and this is where we are celebrating Africa Day. It is in celebration of 60 years of Africa Day, the African Union forming this, well, previously the Organization of African Unity, and present day today it is Africa Day. What does Africa Day mean to you as an individual, wherever you are on the African continent or in the world? Send us your thoughts, and we will be in conversation. And it is an exciting day. A lot of people, mixed feelings, mixed emotions. There's a lot of conflict happening on the continent, but also we must not forget that as much as there is conflict, there is also a lot of good. And it is that time, well, it is 12:37 Central African time, and now we go to a big story where the Human Rights Watch has called on Nigeria's incoming president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that should ensure that human rights are central to all of his policies, both at home and abroad. The rights group in its agenda outlining key human rights priorities for the new administration urged the new administration to prioritize improvements in 5 key areas. And for more on this, we are joined on the line by Aniki Ewing, Nigeria researcher at Human Rights Watch. Aniki, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Now, Aniki, let's talk to us about the call to the incoming president, President-elect President Tinubu. What is your message to him and his leadership?
Thank you very much. I think it's very obvious that Tinubu is set to take the reins at a time of deep uncertainty about Nigeria's affairs. On the one hand, there is the contest to his declaration as president. And on the other hand, we have several issues, including worsening poverty and inequality, high levels of insecurity, and recurrent violations of civil and political rights. I mean, we're saying to the incoming president that once he's in office, he should respect the rule of law and focus on these critical issues in order to reverse course on the significant human rights backslide that we've seen in the last couple of years.
And what has been happening with regards to human rights in Nigeria? We've seen a lot of people coming out and complaining in terms of the issues with hospitals, not enough staff. It went as far as the United Kingdom coming out and stating that they're not going to be doing any recruitment in Nigeria, which obviously will impact on the financial situation that people are going through, an economic crisis on the African continent, and countries like Nigeria, one of the biggest shortfalls when it comes to economic issues, a big population, but with a lot of problems.
No, absolutely. Nigeria has been failing to ensure economic and social rights for its, including the right to health care and adequate standard of. And of course, that is a conversation that goes with how doctors are remunerated, how hospitals are equipped, and actually how doctors who can take their skills places and get paid decide to do that, is despite the fact that there's a dwindling healthcare sector here in Nigeria. But all of that is to say that the government's role as an institution that should protect and promote the right to health, amongst other and cultural rights, is something that we have been strengthened in the last couple of years. Just last year in November, Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics provided information that 63% of an estimated 133 million people essentially in the country, which is about 63% of the population, live in multidimensional poverty. They're experiencing high levels of deprivation in areas including healthcare, sanitation, food, and housing. Inequality has reached extreme levels, and this is a key issue that the Tinubu administration should focus on.
Now, Aniki, very quickly in wrapping up, how important is it that Tinubu's government deal with these issues and urgently?
I think Nigerians for a very long time have been suffering, cycles of violence, injustices and endemic poverty daily. And the president in his campaign manifesto promised that these issues would be front and center of any, actions or policies that are taken. So it's important that he puts these words into action, and he takes steps to improve human rights and ensure that his administration shows, utmost regard for the rule of law and democratic principles. Nigeria has enormous potential. Really is the shining light on the continent. And in order to really ensure that that continues, or that we're building on that, President-elect Tinubu has a lot to do.
All right. Aniki, we'll have to leave it there for now, but thank you so much for joining us on Africa Update. That's
Thank you so much for having me.
That's Aniki Ewing, and she is Nigeria's researcher, rather, at Human Rights Watch, joining us on the line. It is 12:43 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa, and we are at the Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg, and a lot of hive of activity here. Let's go for a quick break, and we will be joined by Tians van der Westhuizen when we return.
Africa at Play with Neto, N-E-T-O, Chairman.
Our artist of the day, K-Lo. Tell me about his music. How do you feel?
I always tell him, with his music, you can listen, the time we still had CDs, you can listen to his CD from here to Durban and back.
Any story of him being naughty that you can share with us?
Okay, he was in Observatory Primary School. Influential as ever. Get a call from the principal. We have a problem. Hey, what's the problem? We're thinking maybe the child is injured. Yet then, your child is influential, point number one.
Yeah.
But there's a problem. He's good in athletics, he's good in basketball. We can't let him go. But what's the problem? He jumped from second floor to ground floor and all the kids were following him. That's how influential he was. And imagine, me, I have to shout. So I shout and congratulate. Guy, you can't do that. So Mario, you did me proud there.
Live every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
I'm the weekend voice that you wake up to. I am that girl who takes you from 9 to 12 midday on Out and About, as well as on Tech Africa. I do have multiple personality, which is great for radio, right? Because radio is the theater of the mind. On Saturday, I paint a beautiful picture about the best places to see when we focus on travel. We look at fashion, we look at food, we look at music, book reviews. And on Sunday, it's a bit more serious, but we take all that tech content and make it relatable. How does it affect a regular person on the street? How does it shape Africa in general? And I feel like I'm in a class because I'm meeting new people and I'm learning these. How do you say it's jargon? Yes, I want to say jargon. Okay. Don't use that in the Tell me that you want this. And I'm learning this tech jargon. I get to share all this knowledge with you. So you don't want to miss the 9 to 12 slot. Saturdays and Sunday with your girl, your ultimate weekend voice.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
It is 12:46 Central African Time. I almost gave Tracy a heart attack here. But anyways, we're coming to you live from the Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. It is Africa Day, and Channel Africa is, we are celebrating Africa Day out here. The weather is beautiful, and you need to come out here and experience what we're experiencing. The market stalls amazing, and you know what? I think just doing the walk around, for me, I'm looking forward to that. But joining me now is Tians van der Westhuizen, who is going to tell us exactly what it is he does. And he was just telling me off air that he's been here for just over a year now. That was on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. It's our 1 year anniversary. So we're very excited.
Tians, thank you so much for joining us on Africa Update. We are here in your space. Tell us about what it is you do.
Oh, it's such a pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys. So yeah, we just set up here a year ago. We used to have our old studio in the backyard, but obviously setting up here at the market, business has never been better. And so yeah, we blow glass. We're a glass studio. We do all kinds of different glassware, from stemware to smokeware to sculptural pieces like we have here in front of us. And yeah, we also do workshops so people can come around and experience glass. Usually you'd have to go and do a fine arts degree, but with us you can just come around and have fun. Especially after Blown Away, a lot of people want a more personal experience with glass. And yeah,
Now tell us about you've touched on it, but go just a little more detail with your speciality, because there's a word here, borosilicate glass artworks. Take us through that, because guys, you need to understand. In front of me, I have an elephant, and it looks kind of milky, dewy, and it's all made of glass. So take us through that and how that process works.
Sure, yeah. So what we do is we work with borosilicates, and it's more of a modern approach to glass blowing. Instead of working with a furnace and with glory holes, we work on torches. And so borosilicate essentially is a type of glass that has lots of boron in it, which gives it a lot of strength. And so it is lab-grade glass, and it has very special properties versus glass that people are usually used to. Like, for instance, it can handle a lot of heat, and it also has a lot of thermal shock properties that allow you to drop it flat onto concrete if it's thick enough, which is quite shocking to people.
And it doesn't break.
That's the interesting part. So people walk in the store, I say, what's the worst part about something glass? And then I drop something, and yeah, sometimes I just wish I had a reaction camera with me.
Wow! So that's your sale, your point of sale, basically, to say this does not break. I mean, there's also a bonsai. It looks so delicate. You know, a real bonsai is very delicate. It's you know, the pruning and taking care of a bonsai. It takes a lot of time and a lot of detail. This looks very detailed.
100%, yeah. And the nice thing about glass plants also is that you don't have to water them.
Oh yes, so, okay, that's true.
They do last forever unless you have children or cats. But yeah, I've really been enjoying doing the mixed medium sculptures, especially with the stone. I feel like there's a very special kind of language between glass and stone that I've really been enjoying. And everyone really seems to like it as well. So it's something I'm definitely going to explore a bit further.
And how do you find this place in terms of you know, the clientele and your clients? And because I'm looking at this, and it just tells me that this must be very expensive. Talk to us about the cost implications.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Someone has already paid a deposit on this piece, so I'm just kind of holding on to it for them until they can.
You can tell us how much it is, you know.
Yeah, so yeah, this piece is going for 3.5.
3.5
So yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So borosilicate is inherently just more expensive than regular glass.
Okay.
And obviously the equipment that we use is also very costly, as well as the rent at this market.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's been fantastic. I mean, there's a wonderful kind of demographic of people that comes here. And obviously, we're very close to very wealthy areas and all that sort of thing. So we've really been encountering a lot of very wealthy corporate clients that have been really taking our business to the next level.
All right. Yeah. And, you know, let's talk about, it's Africa Day today, and this is one of the reasons why we're here as Channel Africa, you know, to spend the day with you and people in this market. What does this mean to you?
Well, to be honest, I only found out about this not too long ago, but I'm not too knowledgeable about Africa Day.
Yeah,
to be very
but
honest.
You know, as a young person in a country like South Africa, you know, 54 countries on the African continent, we have the Pan-African Parliament in the Gauteng province that is in session currently, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that session should be ending tomorrow or one of the days. And these are key leaders that come from the continent as a whole. As a young person in South Africa, what message do you have to the leadership of South Africa and the continent with regards to some of the issues that you face as the youth?
Well, that's quite a good question. But I would say let's just put our heads together and I mean, there's power in numbers. I mean, if we can all put our heads together, imagine what we could accomplish. You know?
All right.
That's the beauty of it.
Okay, that's power in numbers. That's Deans van der Westhuizen, who is at the Prison Break Market and chatting to us about the work that he does with literally his hands. And, you know, it's very exciting to see. You need to come out here in your numbers so you can experience what we're experiencing. I mean, different stalls. There are clay cafes and I saw, which got me really excited, the sweet market and chocolate and everything. So I can't wait to do the walkabout here. Deans, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And we'll do a walkabout. We'll come through and see the rest of stuff that you have in your store.
You're welcome to come.
All right, that's Dians van de Westhuizen joining us here from Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg, and we're coming to you live. Do join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126. It's #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. It is time for our sports update with Neto Chemani.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Yeah, you're welcome to catch you later.
Thank you, Lulu. From the sports desk, I'm Neto N-E-T-O Chemani. Feliz Dia do Africa. Happy Africa Day. We kick off with rugby news. South African rugby side forwards coach Rito Hlongwane says defending champions are ready to fight until the last whistle in an effort to hang on to the trophy they won last season. The Stormers hosted the 2022-2023 United Rugby Championship URC final against Munster at Cape Town Stadium this weekend. This is the promise of assistant coach Rito Hlongwane ahead of the season finale on Saturday. The Stormers forwards say they are prepared for the conditions of the day.
First time in the rain, so it's not something we're concerned about. We feel we'll still be able to execute our plans and play to our strength. You know, it's something that we can't control, but if it does rain or does get windy, we will find ways to put our best foot forward.
In football news, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Volker Turk has urged all sporting bodies to combat racism following the abuse suffered by Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. last Sunday. At a news conference in Geneva, Turk said that racism is totally unacceptable, adding that there is a need to find ways to eradicate it entirely. Turk has more about it.
The racial abuse faced, once again, by Real Madrid football player Vinicius Jr. in Spain just this past Sunday is a stark reminder of the prevalence of racism in sport. I call on those who organize sporting events to have strategies in place to prevent and counter racism. Much more indeed needs to be done to eradicate racial discrimination, and it needs to start with listening to people of African descent, meaningfully involving them and taking genuine steps to act upon their concerns.
The human rights chief stated that he asked his office to prepare a guideline of policies in the coming weeks on sports events to counter hate crimes.
I think I would like to provide a guide to those who are federations of sport, which is so important because, of course, sport is also, I mean, it brings people together. It has a, I mean, there are so many positive things that are ingrained in sport events. But there's also, we need to deal with the shadow side as well. And that's why we want to put forward a number of clear ideas of human rights standards and sport events.
In cricket news, Akash Madwala was at his sensational best. He led the charge to help Mumbai Indians MI restrict Lucknow Super Giants to 101 in 16.3 overs and record a comprehensive 81-run win in their Tata India Premier League encounter at the MH Dambaram Stadium, Chennai. MI will now meet Jurachat Titans in Qualifier 2 in Ahmedabad on Friday. Team captain Rohit Sharma praises two Mumbai Indians youngsters who have been the surprise packages for Mumbai Indians in the ongoing IPL 2023.
He was part of the season last year as a support bowler, but we drafted him into the squad last year. Didn't get to play, but we knew what he had. Once Jofra was gone, we knew we needed somebody to bowl at the back end. And with him, having seen him enough, I was confident that he can get the job done for us. A lot of skills, good attitude, a lot of character as well. So that was very pleasing to see about him. I think the first and the foremost, it's important to make them feel special, make them feel part of the team, because they play a lot of domestic cricket, but this is a different ball game with so many people here, a lot of pressure as well. So my job as a skipper, as a captain, is just to make sure that they feel comfortable on the ground.
And finally, in golf news, American superstars Scottie Scheffler and Jordan Spieth will lead the field at the Charles Schwab Challenge at the historic Colonial Country Club. One of the game's legends is celebrated at the Charles Schwab Challenge, while one of its current stars hopes to continue his success. This week will be the 2023 homecoming for Spieth, who was forced to withdraw from the tour's other stop in Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex at the AT and Byron Nelson. Because of a wrist injury, he returned to make the cut in last week's PGA Championship, however competing with a tape on his left wrist and KT tape on his forearm. For any sports stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Sport, I'm Neto NETO Chemani.
So she'll trail and link to the news.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Thank you, Neto, for that update. It is 12:59 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa, from the Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. It is a hive of activity here. You know, amazing place. You need to come out here, and we are celebrating Africa Day here. But if you do have any stories that you'd like us to focus on as a platform, it is Africa Day. Let us know what this day means to you. Join us. Do have a conversation with us on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126 as #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. Also, if you have any stories that you'd like us to focus on, send us an email. It's newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459. Our news update up next with Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Hundreds of Sudanese migrants are reported to be stuck at the border with Egypt. According to the International Organization for Migration, more than 132,000 refugees have arrived in Egypt. Unlike in other neighboring countries that have been taking in Sudanese refugees, humanitarian operations in Egypt are reported to be limited. According to the United Nations, more than 4 million Sudanese were living in Egypt before the war. Head of the IOM mission in Egypt says the number of people waiting to cross into Egypt is increasing daily with no assistance in sight. Zimbabwe's main opposition coalition, the Citizens Coalition for Change, has claimed that some of the more than 4,000 prisoners released on presidential amnesty last week include child rapists. President Emmerson Mnangagwa pardoned the prisoners drawn from the country's 47 prisons in an attempt to decongest the overcrowded jails. Tabiso Lehoko reports.
The Citizens Coalition for Change said in a statement it was grossly irrational to release dangerous, unrehabilitated offenders back into society before informing or preparing rape victims. Some Zimbabweans on social media have also demanded that the decision be reversed, as it puts women in danger. Prominent investigative journalist Hopewell Chinono said amnesty is never granted to rapists or people who have committed violent crimes. Zimbabwean authorities are yet to comment on the claims. Prison authorities had, however, said rape was among offences excluded from the amnesty. However, viral videos showed what local media said were rapists celebrating their freedom with some who are said to have served less than a year of their term. For Channel Africa News in Johannesburg, I'm Tabiso Lohoko.
South Africa's opposition Economic Freedom Fighter Party members are still inside the Temba police station in the capital, Pretoria, where they are laying criminal charges against the city of Tshwane municipality and the Gauteng provincial government. This is in relation to 17 cholera deaths in Hammanskraal, north of the capital city. The party says the metro municipality should be held accountable for the deaths as it failed to provide residents with safe drinking water, which is a basic human right. The situation in Hammanskraal remains quiet following threats of a shutdown over the contaminated water.
Okay, where are we?
South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa is leading Africa Day celebrations at the Cradle of the Humankind in Johannesburg. The day is celebrated across the continent and the diaspora to reflect on the continent's journey over the years. President Ramaphosa says if it was not for the resilient nature of Africans, oppressors on the continent would have succeeded in destroying its indigenous people.
We observe Africa Day because we are reminding ourselves of the resilience we possess as Africans. Resilience that has taken us from where we have come, and a resilience that is transporting us to our future. We observe Africa Day to celebrate our unity as Africans.
No, we didn't.
Lastly, Ukraine Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba has urged African countries to end their neutral stance over Russia's invasion as he embarks on a second tour on the continent. Kuleba held talks yesterday with Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, African Union Commission Chairperson Moussa Faki, and Comoros President Azali Assoumani, who is the current AU chairperson. 6 African countries led by South Africa are leading a peace initiative between Moscow and Kyiv as the war negatively impacts grain and fertilizer supplies in the region. While the majority of countries have consistently condemned Russia's invasion during deliberations at the UN, abstentions by various African countries has sparked Western criticism. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News. I am Onele Nsinsi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Oh, thank you, Onele.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Oh, thank you, Onele, for that update. It is 5 minutes after 1 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. We are at Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. That's in the Gauteng province, and it is Africa Day. Channel Africa is celebrating Africa Day here at this beautiful venue, and I must tell you, it is a little windy, but the sun is out. It's amazing weather. We're really enjoying ourselves and having a good time. You must come out to this place. Now, coming up now, while Africa is commemorating the continent's freedom, members of the Federation of Consultant Engineers of FIDIC Africa are meeting in Livingstone for the 29th Infrastructure Conference. The conference has brought together premier engineers from across the world to discuss green infrastructure for the future. Hilda Akekela has more.
The African Union, AU, has chosen acceleration of Actesa implementation as its theme for the year 2023 that critically looks at trade and businesses across borders on the continent. Africa is today endowed with almost all resources like water, land, minerals, wildlife, among others, needed to develop, and it is a call from economist Ritam Kandawiri for the need for these African countries to have policies that speak to each other's countries. Trade between African countries is critical
every country in Africa has got its own strength. So you find that Zambia is rich in copper. Right now, Zambia has been harvesting an abundance in maize. We've got so much soybeans. You look at countries like Namibia, well, they've also got their own strength when it comes to tourism. Look at South Africa, their industry is boom.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Southern Province Minister Cornelius Mwetwa said the impact of climate change being experienced globally has not spared any country, and therefore there is need for the engineers to come up with designs that are climate resilient and sustainable. The message was delivered on behalf of the minister by Livingstone Mayor Constance Mulayavai.
Put it on the system.
Has the potential to become an economic hub for the region if infrastructure
Okay. So, just get the person on the line as soon as the person's on the line. Yes.
Okay. Is it a new law or is it the found one? Is it here? Okay, so superstar. Okay, thank you. Keep it there for me. I'm out of town, but I will be back tomorrow and I'll pop in.
Federation of Consulting Engineers FIDIC President Anthony Berry said Africa has a fast-growing population that is full of aspiration and desire. He said for the continent to develop the resilient and sustainable infrastructure it needs, significant investment is required to make it more resilient and sustainable for the future.
How? Because I'm a high-class customer.
That investment comes in the form of investment and not debt. A proportion of debt is fine for strong economies.
Yes, please make sure you keep them for me. Keep them for me. I will come through.
I'm sure that you'll all appreciate that whether it's war, conflict,
yeah, I've been waiting. When Sarah took my details, I thought, and I from gate.
We must strive to make no room in our world
okay.
for those who are damaged.
Thank you so much, Sister. Gabu,
Our responsibility as engineers is to explain to our communities, to our governments and our politicians, how we can deliver the infrastructure to support our socio-economic development in a way which is sustainable and does not exacerbate our global greenhouse gas challenge.
The annual FIDIC Africa Infrastructure Conference is the biggest networking event for the African construction industry. More than 500 consulting engineers, government officials, state-owned entities, funding agencies, contractors, suppliers of construction material and equipment are in Livingstone to share notes, learn from each other effective ways of dealing with diverse challenges, to achieve value for money and improve the quality of life of the people. The local FIDIC Engineering Committee Chairperson Chabo Takabata explains further.
We are discussing issues around how we can reduce the greenhouse emissions. Now, the construction, by its very nature, is one of the industries that is second ranked in terms of emissions. So when we are undertaking construction activities, obviously there are carbon emissions and everything else that happens during that construction process. But we need to now work around methods and modalities of trying to reduce the carbon footprint in everything that we do. So ranging from the choice of materials that we use for our construction, the methods that we use in our construction so as to sustain the world that we live in at the moment. So these are the main topics that we are discussing in our conference, and there are quite interesting resolutions that are coming up. Of course, some of them we need to note that, of course, it is acknowledged that as Africa we are still one of the low contributors, of course, to the greenhouse gases. We are standing at 3.8%. of the total greenhouse gas emissions. And some of the pertinent questions that are there is, should we as Africa really care about this climate change when our levels of emission are still very low? But the answer to that is, yes, it is important, because if we go beyond a certain level of emissions, it might not be sustainable for posterity. And what we need to now do as Africa, we are basically saying, while we need the infrastructure, which definitely we actually need, we need to still develop, we need to still have good infrastructure. But as we do that, can we do it in a clever way that we do not increase our levels of emissions so that we can still maintain a good quality of life?
Reporting for Channel Africa from Livingstone in Zambia, I am
When Africa needs to know the facts, Africa tunes into Channel Africa, the African perspective. This is Planting the Seed with Matseko Musito on Channel Africa.
Regreening Africa is an ambitious 5-year project. The project seeks to restore 1 million hectares and benefit 500,000 households in 8 sub-Saharan African countries. Mika Born Ochieng is joining me, and she is the Regreening Africa Program Manager based in Nairobi. First of all, I think Regreening Africa as a project is just ticking all the boxes, you know, regenerative agricultural practices, collaboration, investment.
Yes, so working across this huge diversity of countries, particularly in East and West Africa, the role of Regreening Africa is first and foremost to make sure that we support good knowledge and options on the continent and practices that used to be very common. Plant more trees and make sure that you have a plan for what's happening with those trees.
Should actually put that on a t-shirt. Plant more trees.
We are reviving the culture in agriculture with Planting the Seed every Sunday on Channel Africa. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
It is 14 minutes after 1 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa, and we are at the Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. It is Africa Day, and Channel Africa is out here spending the day and at this beautiful venue. As mentioned earlier, the weather is amazing. You need to come and see this place. You know, with exciting places, the business of the day has to continue. And despite the high cost of living and sluggish economic environment, South Africans have been urged to tighten their belts. This is also within this context of a looming interest rates by the Monetary Policy Committee. Have South Africans reached an end point on how far they can tighten their belts? And to talk to us more on this, we are joined on the line by Jaco van Jaarsveld, the head of commercial strategy and innovation at Experian Africa. Jaco, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update, and happy Africa Day to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you and the listeners.
Now, Jaco, ahead of this afternoon's announcement of the MPC, can South Africans afford to tighten their belts even further? The belts are already tight as we speak. Now, with the expectation of another interest rate hike, this means more and more tightening.
Now, that's right, unfortunately. And when one looks at the performance that we've observed in the Experian Consumer Default Index and the trends we've observed over the last 12 months, it seems as though the point of further tightening has been reached, especially at the very top end of the market. And when I refer to the top end of the market, one needs to look at the different segments of consumer within the South African market, as they're impacted very differently by interest rates and cost of living, thus inflation. So when we look at it from an Experian perspective, we produce a segmentation tool every single month called the Financial Affluent segmentation of the South African consumer. And what we've observed over the last 12 to 18 months is that the top end of the market, which is your most affluent and your aspirational achievers component of the economy, whom have access to secured lending products like home loans and vehicles, are increasingly started to default more at the first default level on these products over the last 18 months. And the trends then started showing that segment of the market that typically didn't use or access unsecured funds like personal loans and use of their retail accounts that they also have, they didn't use these cards, where in the last 3 to 6 months we've actually seen consumers use unsecured facilities and retail accounts that they haven't used for years. And that is an indication that the interest rates that they are paying and the additional interest that they are paying and home loans and vehicles are actually seriously biting. And another interest rate increase is definitely just going to make that even tougher for consumers.
Now, Jaco, just considering the fact that you're speaking of people, the middle class or the higher earning middle class who when you look from the outside, they look very stable and everything seems to be running smoothly. What about the people who are not top earners? What kind of difficulties are they facing with 90% of the time you find that out of 5 people in a home or in a household, 4 people are unemployed?
100% right, and that's the opposite of the scale. So when you start looking at the yearning youth as we define them and the majority of the population that falls into the inflation impacted consumer, which effectively is more impacted by food prices, by transport, by fuel prices, gas prices, etc., the exact same distress is occurring there. And that started a bit sooner in that consumer has a direct, immediate impact by the increases in food prices, fuel prices, etc., as I mentioned. And when one looks at the inflation that was released yesterday, whilst it's marginally better than expected, it's still well outside our target rate. And consumers in that segment is definitely impacted by that as well. And the stress is equally heartfelt there, but just for very different reasons.
Jaco, how do people deal with the expectation? Interest rates are going to go up. Yes, we saw the CPI decrease slightly. And do you think that will make a difference in our lives, so to speak?
I think it's going to take time we're going to have to see significant further decreases in the inflation rate before we see the commensurate slowdown or decrease in interest rates. And thus, the only thing consumers can do as it stands today is all of us are in the same boat, irrespective of which segment of the market we're in. We need to be very conscious on what we spend money on. And when you're in distress, and this is something extremely important that consumers should always take ownership of, own your financial status and own your credit bureau profile. And you can access your bureau profile and your bureau score, that is effectively your passport to future funding. You can access it for free of charge at any stage at any other credit bureau and such. You can access it through Experian. The key thing there is that understand that there's no point when you're in financial distress as a consumer, rather contact the credit institution that you lent the money from, that you owe the money, and have a constructive conversation with them in terms of the distress and negotiate different or preferred payment terms. If one thinks about what happened in 2008 when we had the financial crisis and we went through the same thing with properties where a number of properties were repossessed, the cost of holding repossessed properties for banks exceeded the cost of just keeping the individual in the house and agreeing a payment term of 60, 70, 80% of total installment. And that's also from a banking side that they've realized that there's no point in a market like today to excessively take back assets when you're not going to find any buyers for those assets. And therefore, none of them will go out and on purpose try and put people out of houses or repossess cars. When you're in financial distress, reach out to them.
Because of time issues, I have to ask one last question very quickly, which is very key. You know, the small business and what the energy crisis is doing economically in the country, that's a major crisis also that will be impacted by the interest rates hikes, not so?
Absolutely, and that is the biggest issue that we have in South Africa and fixing the South African economy. It's more on the small business side, considering that over 80% of employment is generated through the small business sector. And the underlying infrastructure, electricity, supply chain issues that we face in South Africa is as big an issue as interest rates, etc. And therefore, the core to our future is to make sure that we sort out the small and micro enterprises and facilitate and create an ability for them to create employment, because that's where the employment's going to come from. And unfortunately, that's broader than inflation and interest.
Yeah.
That is underlying structural deficiencies in the economy and in the market that we need to resolve.
Well, Jaco, it's been a pleasure chatting to you on Africa Update. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the time.
That's Jaco van Jaarsveld, the Head of Commercial Strategy and Innovation at Experian Africa. And we were chatting about the expected interest rate hike this afternoon as the MPC does an announcement. It is 22 after 1 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Yeah.
We heard you've been looking for us. You've been looking for the African Perspective. You heard from a friend who told a friend that told you that Channel Africa is happening. And now you want to experience it yourself. We got good news for you. You can get us on Twitter, Channel Africa 1. On Facebook, Channel Africa 1. On Instagram, Channel Africa Radio. And on www.channelafrica.co.za. Channel Africa's morning news team brings you the best continental news to start your day. Whatever you've missed on the previous day, the morning news team will bring it to you live and fresh. Meet your team on news. Jolani Tulo.
For Channel Africa, I'm Jolani Tulo. The military-led government in Mali has agreed to allow the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the country.
On the sport desk,
the Black Princesses of Ghana failed to progress from the group stages of the ongoing 2022 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup.
And on your morning business stash with Tabiso Luhuku.
For Channel Africa's business economy news, I'm Tabiso Luhuku. Egypt's exports of food industries grew by 2.4% to $51 million during the first half.
That's your morning news on Channel Africa. Nice and fresh. Every weekday morning on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Hello Africa, tell me how you're doing. My name is Morris Touch, dropping by to let you know that you can now join me every Monday through to Friday between 12 midnight and 0200 hours Central African time for that journey across the amazing continent of Africa. Afro Republic. The past, the present, and the future of African sound. You can also experience nothing but the very finest when it comes to exclusive interviews with those that are leading the pack when it comes to arts and culture.
What you're trying to do here is impossible.
You know, a man once said it always seems impossible until it's done.
It is Monday through to Friday, only on Channel Africa, the African Perspective.
Africa Update with Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
It is 25 after 1 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. We're at the Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg, a beautiful market. You have to come and see this venue. Amazing. The weather's amazing. And, you know, we know the mornings are quite cold, but as the day has progressed, it's gotten warmer, and we're really enjoying ourselves out here. It is Africa Day, and as Channel Africa, we are out here to celebrate that day. What does that day mean to you? Hit us up on our social media platforms. But joining me here, I have Amanda Kuvaris, who is from Bubble and Freak. She is the owner and founder. Amanda, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Just the name, Bubble and Freak. Talk to us about that.
Actually, it's a play on words because I'm Greek, and
Yes.
Greeks are called Bubble and Sweet.
Ah.
And I wanted to have a stand here doing bubble tea and Freak milkshakes. Hence Bubble and Freak.
And guys, you need to understand, there is a beautiful color of a drink here, and it is a very dark, it's a series pink, which is, it looks amazing, and you should see people walking around here, even our colleagues having nice ice creams and different tastes. So it's really exciting to see. Amanda, tell us about your business and how long you've been in this place at Prison Break.
So I've actually been in hospitality for about 13 years.
Oh, wow.
On and off.
Mhm.
And then during COVID, I was selling boozy jams in
Okay.
Star Food Market.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided I wasn't going to go down with COVID. And they were building the eatery, and I decided I wanted to get in there.
Yes.
My husband wanted a food stand, and I wanted to do what I do.
Mm.
And I'm very, very fortunate that Brenton Racebank and his team took a chance on me.
Mm-hmm.
And my stand has just grown from. We need to change. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry. My stand has really grown, and it's been absolutely incredible. And so we have a lot of fun. I think that's yours, hey? I think we have a lot of fun at my stand. So everything we create has to be Instagrammable, delicious, jaw-dropping. You need to walk away from my stand going, wow. The word nice may not be used.
No, tasty and beautiful and exciting.
And it's been amazing. You know, we've expanded. We now have a food truck, and it's just been absolutely wonderful to see how people receive our products and what we do.
Yeah, and tell us about this market. I mean, Prison Break, just the name itself is it's just very, it just makes you think of a literal prison break. And
well, we're right opposite the prison.
Yes, no, this is what I'm thinking.
I've never got to the bottom of why the name Prison Break, but I'll tell you, this market is nothing short of spectacular. If you haven't been, you should come. No better place to celebrate African Month than right here, guys. And, you know, it was Peter Gillespie's dream to build this for many, many years, since he was really a young teenager.
Yeah.
And what he's put together today is absolutely fabulous. And it's really empowered so many small business owners like myself and many others who couldn't possibly go and have a big shop or a big restaurant or a crafting shop in a shopping center. To empower ourselves and have our own little business. And it's the footfall that comes through this market is staggering.
It's positioned in an amazing area because it's literally not too far from
anywhere.
Affluent areas in the north of Johannesburg.
You know, it services Pretoria. It's not too far.
Yes.
It services Midrand. It services the West Rand. People from Edenvale onwards will come. It services everywhere. It's excellent.
I can imagine that on the weekends, this place is jam-packed.
It seethes. You know, you should, you know, you really should come. The first shed is like a deli that's got all the deli stuff. The second shed where I am, the Yard Eatery, it's an eatery. You can go and get a pizza from here and Portuguese from there. Then there's a crafters market, the Clay Cafe. They run an unbelievable operation. There's the distillery, the function hall, the St. Quentin, and Dreambox. There's just so much to do for everyone.
Now, Amanda, what does Africa Day mean to you as a young Greek woman who has been here for a long time and is able to just run her business and in a good space, in a comfortable space, especially during this economic crisis that we're going through?
Well, you know, I think that Africa has so much to offer. It really does. So much opportunity. And that's what it is. We're in an economic crisis. And I think one thing I think about South Africans particularly, and Africans, is we hustle.
Yes.
So when there's a recession, we find another way to make money. If there's a lockdown, we find another way to make money. And that's what I love about the African spirit, is people will not be pushed down. They will always rise again. And that's what it means to me.
Well, Amanda, it's been a pleasure chatting to you. That is Bubble and Freak. I love that name.
Thank you.
It really catches the eye and you want to find out more.
Well,
so what are your favorite drinks? I know you probably love everything. You've tasted everything.
Yes.
But you have to have a favorite.
My favorite are my freak shakes. They really are insane. And I love to serve my ice cream bowls because that just leaves everybody really googling and oogling over them. But our bubble tea is wonderful as well. Our bubble tea is great.
Okay, great. So guys, please, if you're listening, if you're out in Johannesburg, come through to Prison Break and find Bubble and Freak and try everything that you can. I mean, I've seen amazing stuff and I'm thinking, I can't wait to finish the work that I'm doing so I can go have a nice one for myself. Amanda, it's been a pleasure chatting to you.
Thank you for having me and have a wonderful African Day.
Thank you so much. And as we're chatting to Amanda, there's a breaking story that has come in. Germany in a recession. Now, Germany is one of Europe's biggest economy. And what does this mean for the African continent? There's so many German companies that are based in South Africa. Just thinking at the top of my head, you know, and just thinking not so long ago, about 2 months ago, we had the president of Germany here in the country, Olaf Olsen, and he was here on a state visit with the president of the country. He came through with a delegate, and we saw also, I mean, during the Ukraine-Russia crisis, we are all going through it. And Russia was one of the first, I beg your pardon, Germany was one of the first countries in Europe that went back and started using coal to sustain their gas pipelines after Russia had closed off the gas supply to Germany. So the impact of this recession on the African continent, we are going to feel it, and we're going to try and get a hold of somebody just to find out exactly what is taking place in Germany. But as we do that, it is literally time for the news headlines. Onel Nsinzi is standing by at Auckland Park at the SABC.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Rwandan genocide suspect Fulgens Kayishema has been arrested in South Africa. Kayishema is alleged to have orchestrated the killing of approximately 2,000 Tutsi refugees at the Nyange Catholic Church during the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Hundreds of Sudanese migrants are reported to be stuck at the border with Egypt. Head of the IOM mission in Egypt says the number of people waiting to cross into Egypt is increasing daily with no assistance in sight. And South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on African countries to claim their position on the global stage and refuse to be drawn into conflict far beyond African borders. This is as he leads Africa Day celebrations at the Cradle of the Humankind in Johannesburg, South Africa. Channel Africa News, I am Onel Nsinzi.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Well, thank you, Onele, for that update. We say good afternoon to Ayanda Mkonazi with our financial indicators.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Good afternoon. Your financial indicators this hour, starting in the southern region of the continent. $1 is trading at 19 Rand 21 in South Africa. In Botswana, it's trading at 13 Pula 43. In Namibia, 19 Namibian dollars 21. The Zambian kwacha is trading at 19.12 to the US dollar. In Kenya, $1 is trading at 137 shilling 28. In Ethiopia, it's trading at 54 birr 31. In Uganda, it's trading at 3,000 shilling 707. In Tanzania, it is trading at 2,000 shilling 342. In Nigeria now, $1 is trading at 460 naira 76. Ghana, the dollar is trading at 10 cedi 91. In Liberia, it is trading at 166 Liberian dollar 47. In Egypt, the dollar is trading at 30 Egyptian pound 85. In Tunisia, 3 dinar 07. In Algeria, it's trading at 126 dinar 12. The Moroccan dirham is trading at 10.06 to the US dollar. In Angola, the dollar is trading at 539 kwanza 66, while the Congolese franc is trading at 2,320 to the US dollar. Looking at the commodities now, Lulu, gold is trading at $1,962, platinum at $1,027 per ounce, while Brent crude oil is at $77.35 a barrel. Now, a reminder that if you have any business stories to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4451. I'll be back with the full bulletin at 2:30. Channel Africa Business News. I am Ayanda Mkonazi.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
explain it on my way.
Well, thank you for joining us once again. We're back here with you at Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. We're coming to you live and we are at the Africa Day celebrations as Channel Africa. What does Africa Day mean to you? Hit us up on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126. It's hashtag Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. So joining me now is Norma from Mahala Shoes. Okay, Mahala means free. So I want to know, are these shoes free? Norma, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you.
So Mahala, why the name Mahala? You know, Mahala in Zulu and Ndebele, everything, it's free.
It's free,
yes.
Yeah, the meaning is free. But I think for my side of the story, I think she named that. I can say it on my side. I always tell people, customers that it's free to come and look.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free. Just come in.
So hoza uzobheka and then uzobona something
oyithandayo. Then after that you can see what you can.
Okay, you need to understand what I'm looking at. I'm looking at amazing shoes that Norma makes by hand.
Yes.
And you know, for me, it's exciting. The quality of the shoes, amazing. The leather is amazing, and you know, everyone is talking about how we all want a pair. So take us through how Mahala Shoes started, and you know, what does it mean for you as you make these by hand, the handcrafting, and economically we're going through a difficult time. It's Africa Day.
Yes.
What does this all mean to you that you're able to do this and do what you love?
You know, making these shoes makes me very happy. Yeah, we started these shoes in 2007, I think. Yeah, my boss went to Spain. Then she saw people making those shoes by hand. These shoes are normally originally from Spain.
Yes.
So when she went there, she found people making those. So she got interested. She came back and said, "No, I saw people making this kind of shoes."
And I have to come in there and just let people know that what we're talking about now are espadrilles. And anybody who knows espadrilles will know how comfortable they are.
Yes.
Yes.
They are so comfortable. At first we didn't know. We thought maybe the sole is very hard and everything like that. But when you put it on, you can feel the difference. You can feel the difference. It's very soft and it makes your foot not sweaty. It doesn't sweat on these soles. So it's very, very comfortable.
Okay, and Norma, you know, talk to us.
Yes.
You know, in terms of, you've got these boots here, it is the beginning of winter, you're actually wearing another pair.
Yes.
And, you know, how long does it take for you to make these?
On the boots, I can think like 2 hours.
Wow.
2 hours, yeah. But at first it was taking me for a whole day. Because I was trying to figure out how to join this and join this part, yeah, because I think it's like 4 pieces of fabric, 4 pieces, yes.
Okay.
There's 2 backs and the front, 2 front.
All right.
So you need to make sure you make them straight so that your foot can get in.
Okay. So it doesn't hold at the ankle, and you're not able to put the shoe.
Yeah, if you make it
in.
skew, if you sew it skew, then your foot won't get in.
Oh wow!
So you need to make it straight.
How long did it take you to be able to master the skill?
Now I can say for me it's easier now.
Yes.
I know where I start and where to end.
But ukuthi uzufike la.
Yeah.
Ukwazi ukuthi you make these boots in 2 hours.
Yeah.
For you to get to this point, the training and developing that skill, how long did it take you?
It took me so long. It took me long.
You should see Norma's face. It's like she's thinking back and thinking, wow, I come from very far.
I'm coming from far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me so long. Even these espadrilles, the small ones, it took me so long.
Wow.
Because we started at first we didn't know to make all the sizes. We started by making a size 5.
Yes.
Which is my boss's size.
Yes.
So after that, we made that size 5 for so long. We made that size 5 for so long till we get it right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to come out here. How long have you been at Prison Break Market?
Since they opened in October 2022, right?
Wow.
No,
We're in 2023, 2021, 2021.
Yes, October, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and
Yeah.
I'm told this place buzzes on the weekend.
Yes, yes. You fail to stand up and go to eat.
Sure. Okay, so this is very exciting. A lot of us are saying we're going to definitely come back here,
Please, you
so
must
we can,
come back.
you know, experience the hype of activity and the buzz, and there's a lot of activity that's taking place here. But you know, you need to. Where exactly? Which stall are you in?
I'm here in Crafter Shed.
Crafter
stall
Shed.
number 6.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll definitely come through and check your stuff out, because
Thank you.
the espadrilles, and I heard another colleague say he's a size 10.
Yes,
so,
I have.
yes, definitely.
I have
We're
them
going
up to size 12.
Up to
So
size 12?
Yes, I
Wow.
have them up to size
Well, you
12.
heard it here
and
on
I
Africa
also
Update.
have them in different sole.
In different sole.
Yeah,
okay.
there's the same pattern,
Yeah.
same style, same everything, but different sole.
Oh, wow. We're looking forward to
I
this.
also have wedges.
Wedges?
Yes.
Wow. Okay,
Yes.
now I'm really getting excited. Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure, Norma. Thank you so much for
Thank you
joining
so
us.
much.
Norma
Thank you.
from Mahala Shoes, and no, they're not for free. You're free to come in and have a look, but you do pay once you decide to make a purchase. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
You're listening to Africa Update, coming to you live from Johannesburg at Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg. It is Africa Day, and what does it mean to you?
Channel Africa, we think differently. The African perspective.
Hello Africa, tell me how you're doing. My name is Morris Taj, dropping by to let you know that you can now join me every Monday through to Friday between 12 midnight and 0200 hours Central African time for that journey across the amazing continent of Africa. Afro Republic. The past, the present, and the future of African sound. You can also experience nothing but the very finest when it comes to exclusive interviews with those that are leading the pack when it comes to arts and culture.
What you're trying to do here is impossible.
You know, a man once said it always seems impossible until it's done.
It is Monday through to Friday only on Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
It is 1:44 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. As I mentioned earlier, Germany, the breaking news is the fact that Germany is in a recession. And, you know, what does this mean with regards to relations on the African continent? We do have a lot of German products on the African continent, especially South Africa. There's a lot of business that is taking place between both countries. You know, so what does this really mean? And this is happening on Africa Day, and a day where Africans are supposed to reflect on what this means going forward, relations, and the spirit of Ubuntu. And we are going to touch on that. We are still trying to get an update with regards to that. But joining me now here, coming from the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, and she's going to tell us exactly what has been happening as we celebrate Africa Day with parliamentarians coming from all parts of the African continent, is our senior reporter, Nhlanhla Mahlangu. Nhlanhla, good afternoon, and thank you for coming through and joining us.
Good afternoon, Lulu, and good afternoon to our listeners.
So it's Africa Day, and I can imagine the hive of activity at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand. That's not too far from here. What are the MPs saying? What are they saying with regards to this day and the historical formation of the Organization of African Unity, and now present day after changing its name in 2002 to the African Union?
Indeed, Lulu, it is a hive of activity at the Pan-African Parliament where parliamentarians are today commemorating Africa Day. It is colorful, it is bright, they've come clad in their traditional gear. I saw MPs from Eswatini, from Morocco, from all the African countries. It's just a beautiful display of celebration of this day. The stalls there as well, there's several people who are selling, you know, African merchandise. So So it's just a beautiful day to celebrate Africa Day. We had a couple of speeches, the keynote address being that of Prof. Patrick Lumumba, who spoke, and after his speech receiving a standing ovation, because he speaks the truth, that man. He spoke about why Africa is still not united. He alluded to just recently we experienced in Tunisia where, other Africans were expelled from the country. He was asking, why are we still having that in 2023 where we are supposed to be united as a continent, where unity is supposed to prevail across the continent, but we still have instability, we still have wars in Sudan. So it's just about time that Africa comes together and unite as one.
And, I can imagine with all the activity that is taking place across the continent where the former President Thabo Mbeki is in Conakry in Guinea, and that's where they're hosting their lecture this particular year. And it's 13 years. It's the first time that the Thabo Mbeki Foundation is now hosting from another country, with the lecture expected to be delivered there by a professor there. And the impact. We've had issues, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the eastern part of the Congo, crisis after crisis, people being displaced, losing their lives. We have not too far from us our neighbor, Zimbabwe, in crisis. It's an economic crisis, it's a human rights crisis. What solutions are being brought to the table, if any, that haven't been tried before?
I will go back to the speech by Prof. Lumumba, who questioned exactly what role are parliamentarians playing, to make the continent a better place for everybody. He posed that question, and parliamentarians had to ask themselves why exactly they are there. He was telling them that they are sitting in Midrand for over 2 weeks, and a granny in Soweto doesn't even know that there's this gathering, there's this institution that is based here in South Africa, where parliamentarians that have been elected by their people are supposed to be talking about issues that affect them. They're not even aware of that. Why is that? So it's about time that they pull their socks up and talk about issues that really affect the Africans out there. We also had a speech from Professor Matole Matega, who spoke about Pan-Africanism and the African culture renaissance, questioning why Africa is still poor when it is so endowed with so many minerals. So it's about time that Africa as a continent looks at itself and pulls its socks up. Basically, that's the message that I picked up from some of the speeches that were coming out of the Pan-African Parliament today.
Yeah, that's our senior reporter, Nhlanhla Mahlangu, highlighting big issues coming from the Pan-African Parliament. And we all know Professor Patrick Lumumba just doesn't beat about the bush, and he goes straight to the point of big issues, and also just trying to find out what these parliamentarians do especially now with the second session, the sixth session and the second part of it. It's a crisis that we're all going through, and we thank Nhlanhla Mahlangu, our senior reporter, who is basically covering all the news that is taking place at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand in Johannesburg. You're listening to Africa Update, coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. It is at 1:50, which literally means it's 10 minutes before the top of the hour, and we're coming to you live from Prison Break Market in the north of Johannesburg.
Channel Africa, we think differently.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we think differently. The African perspective. Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. The African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
It is literally 1:50 Central African time, 10 minutes before the top of the hour. And, we're speaking to as many people as possible about this beautiful market that's in the heart of, Johannesburg. It's in the north of Johannesburg. It is quite central because whether you're coming from Pretoria or the East Rand, or you're in the north of Johannesburg or the south, it is not too far. It's literally in the middle of everywhere. And joining me in studio now is Martin Prinsloo, who is an owner of one of the stalls here at this market. Martin, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us.
Hi, Lulu.
So talk to us. What do you do, and how do you find yourself in this type of market, and what has it done for you? Post 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic, we all went through a crisis, and everyone is literally scraping by.
Well, look, I think the nice thing is that the whole industry has changed and every department has changed. So, but when we got the opportunity to open up here, and it was by a friend of mine who owns this wine farm, Stanford Hills.
Okay.
And he introduced me and said to the concept of what this market does. So, having from a wine background, and I've been in the wine industry for many years, is that everything's changed. And we had to find new ways and better ways of reaching the consumer, because most of it is, a lot of way that people used to engage with this product has changed. And so the direct selling, if you will, liquid to lips kind of scenario is really what drives these brands, because we don't do mainstream.
Okay.
We don't do the mainstream brands. We focus on boutique wineries. That's the essential core of our business. Because at the end of the day, these guys don't get the exposure they want. So this gives me a perfect platform to introduce these wines. So we do tastings every weekend. We different wine farms every weekend, and it gives us that kind of platform to engage with the consumer directly.
And I can imagine the reaction of people, because this means now this works out cheaper for consumers because there is no middleman.
Well, it does, because we deal directly with the farms.
Yeah.
So that's the one benefit, and it's sort of almost bringing the tasting room to Joburg, as opposed to everybody going down to the Cape.
The Western Cape, yes.
So they can come and taste the wines. And I said we do tastings. We have events, and just now you'll probably see the hall where we are, and there's a couple of other vendors, and everybody has got a place in the hall, and we all specialize in something that we do.
And obviously specializing in something that's different, but also I can imagine that we're told on the weekends this place buzzes.
Yeah, you should pop in there on a weekend.
So I can imagine people coming through and trying to walk past, but you draw them in by what they see or what they smell, because also with wines, it's also about the scent of the wine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you package it nicely and you get you make it look attractive, people buy with their eyes first of all before they make their choice. So that gives us that kind of platform to engage directly. And the great thing is we host an event, a wine event 3 times a year.
Okay.
It's called Go Sip.
Okay.
This one will be 1st of July. And again, we have we get these farms out here to come and taste, invite the public to come and taste, and it exposes the brand. That's really what we want to do.
Okay. And in terms of where people can find you, tell us exactly which stall you're at, so that when people come through, they know where they're going.
So if they come to Hall 7 at the Prison Break Market, the shop is called the Wine and Spirit Library, and we'd welcome people to come and see what we have. We bring in new brands every week.
Okay.
So it constantly changes. There's no fixed wine list. As you walk in and you shop and you take off the shelf,
and you have a good time.
And you have a good time. And then hopefully 3 bottles and not just one.
All right. And, people are very conscious now of the cost implications of, and especially how they spend their money. We're expecting the Reserve Bank governor to make an announcement today with regards to interest rates hikes. And obviously that impacts the pocket. Cost implications, in terms of price ranges from the cheapest to the highest.
Yeah, so the issue that we found at post-COVID is we in COVID people paid a lot of money for
underground,
for mediocre products.
Yeah.
And that sort of carried over. People are now buying quality at the same kind of level. So instead of buying 3 for 100 rand, people are now buying 1.
Okay.
Which is fantastic for us, because it fits in exactly with what we do with boutique farms.
Yes.
Is to rather not do volume but do quality. So yeah.
As you straight from the big guru's mouth, Martin Prinsloo, we do quality and it's not about quantity. So, Martin Prinsloo, thank you so much for joining us, and we really appreciate your time on Africa Update today.
Thanks, Lulu. Thank you very much.
It's
Thanks
been
for having
a
us.
pleasure. That's Martin Prinsloo from Hall 7. It's called Wines and Spirits, and come through, and if you join us at the market, you will find Martin there, and different wines, and really, really good wines, as he put it. It is literally 4 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. And do join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126 as hashtag Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. Oh, well, I guess...
Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa. Modern Continental Radio. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective. Channel Africa, we think differently.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we think differently. The African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Gabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
Well, it is that time of the day where I get ready to leave, and Miss Shayla from the Upside team is joining me live here at Prison Break Market. Shayla,
yes,
it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Look at you looking all African-centric, if you will.
Oh, yes. It is Africa Day. We have to celebrate.
Listen, I decided when I woke up this morning that I am African.
Oh, yeah.
So everything that is me is Africa.
African.
It's Africa encompassing.
Yeah.
So whether I am in a bathing suit, whether I'm in tracksuits, I am African. Yes.
There goes Miss Shayla. So what's coming up on the Upside today?
So the very first 30 minutes, we're going to be broadcasting live from right here, Prison Break Market.
Okay.
And then we throw forward or hand over to Nompumelelo Ngubeni, who is in studio, who will be tackling a few issues, so to speak. We kickstart off conversations in studio by looking at the pressing need to address the delays and challenges faced by South Africans in implementing renewable energy projects.
Wow.
That's a hefty one. I mean, we think of the just transition, we think about the realities of our current energy producing systems and how they're already failing. So how do we then begin to invest when already on the one end we're falling apart? I think that's a very crucial conversation. We also touch base on the business of luxury investment in Africa. I'm particularly excited about this because the luxury market in Africa is expanding. It is growing. It is not, we sort of debunking the myths and the stereotypes around only certain people can afford certain things. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing what Nompumelelo is going to be covering on his side. And then we also touch base on Thursday, and we're looking at an initiative. We unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to talk to them this past Tuesday. I told you about vinyls, also known as medical waste. That now is being used to recreate and bring to life shoes for children, school children across the continent. And so we're going to be touching base on that. And that is the Upside for today.
Oh, well, that's Shayla and Nompumelelo from the Upside team taking over from the top of the hour. For myself, Lulu Gabu and the Africa Update team, it's been awesome. Prison Break Market, north of Johannesburg. Come through and enjoy yourself. There is so much to do. They even have a play area for children. So, you know what? So if you've got little ones, come through and have a good time. From ourselves, happy Africa Day, wherever you are, and continue letting us know what this day means to you, as whether you're a young person, an old person. Hit us up on our social media platforms. That's on Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 406 9126 as hashtag Africa Update. From myself and the team, goodbye.
All right.
SABC News. The African perspective.
In your top stories, Rwandan genocide suspects arrested in South Africa, and Ukraine calls on African countries to end neutral stance over a Russia invasion. With your latest news, greetings to our listeners. Rwandan genocide suspect Fulgens Kayishema has been arrested in South Africa. The United Nations Tribunal for War Crimes committed in Rwanda said Kayishema is alleged to have orchestrated the killing of approximately 2,000 Tutsi refugees at the Nyange Catholic Church during the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Kayishema was arrested yesterday and has been at large since 2001. He was indicted by the UN's International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda in 2001, which charged him with genocide and crimes against humanity for killings and other crimes committed in the Kibuye prefecture. The tribunal referred Kayisheme's case to Rwanda in 2007 after the country had scrapped the death penalty. Hundreds of Sudanese migrants are reported to be stuck at the border with Egypt. According to the International Organization for Migration, more than 132,000 refugees have arrived in Egypt. Unlike in other neighboring countries that have been taking in Sudanese refugees, humanitarian operations in Egypt are reported to be limited. According to the United Nations, more than 4 million Sudanese were living in Egypt before the war. Head of the IOM mission in Egypt says the number of people waiting to cross into Egypt is increasing daily with no assistance in sight. South Africa's opposition Economic Freedom Fighter Party members are at the Temba police station in the capital Pretoria, where they are laying criminal charges against the city of Tshwane municipality and the Gauteng provincial government. The death toll in the cholera outbreak has now risen to 20. The party says the Metro municipality should be held accountable for the deaths as it failed to provide residents with safe drinking water, which is a basic human right. The situation in Hammanskraal remains quiet following threats of a shutdown over the contaminated water. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on African countries to claim their position on the global stage and refuse to be drawn into conflict far beyond African borders. He says the continent is being threatened with penalties from superpowers for pursuing its independent foreign policy and for adopting a position of non-alignment. Speaking at Africa Day celebrations at the Cradle of Humankind northwest of Johannesburg, Ramaphosa says Africans have painful memories of proxy wars waged on African soil and the continent must not go back there.
South Africa has not been and will not be drawn into a contest between global powers. We will maintain our position on the peaceful resolution of conflicts wherever those conflicts occur. Guided by the lessons of our history, we will continue to resist calls to abandon our independent and non-aligned foreign policy.
It is what it is.
Lastly, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba has urged African countries to end their neutral stance over Russia's invasion as he embarks on a second tour on the continent. Kuleba held talks yesterday with Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, African Union Commission Chairperson Moussa Faki, and Comoros President Azali Assoumani, who is the current AU Chairperson. 6 African countries, led by South Africa, are leading a peace initiative between Moscow and Kyiv as the war negatively impacts grain and fertilizer supplies in the region. While the majority of countries have consistently condemned Russia's invasion during deliberations at the UN, abstentions from various African countries have sparked Western criticism. Recapping on your top stories. Rather, for any news stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News, I am Onelin Sinsi.
The team and I.
SABC News.
Huh? Am I speaking in
The African Perspective.
Decently. Decent. Very decent. All right. Welcome to it. This is the Upside. Shayla Ndikumana with you through to 5 p.m. Central African time, but I'm not alone. I know that on the other end of this broadcast is Nompumelelo Ngubeni, who will be carrying the Upside team through from 2:30 to 5 p.m. Central African time. We're currently broadcasting live all the way in Midrand, Lone Hill, Johannesburg, South Africa. And we are at the Prison Break Market. From my team, this is Takata, or rather Shakata and Tepiso. We'll be with you through to 2:30 p.m. Central African time. We're also going to be getting into conversations with Jessica Rogers, who is the manager of Wildebeer Brewing Company. And we're going to be touching base on their brewery and what they have to offer on this end. Please do stick with the team through to 5 p.m. Central African time. Find us on social media, on Twitter and on Instagram. It is at Channel Africa 1. On WhatsApp, +27 63406926. And if you're looking to call in this afternoon, feel free to do so. +27 86003620. Lastly, if you want to see the Channel Africa team live and direct, please come through to the Midrand Prison Break Market that is in Johannesburg. For now, let's get into some music.
We've got your personalized invitation to a musical journey covering all four corners of Africa. The flight to Madagascar, Benin, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, etc. takes off this Sunday at 12 to 2 a.m. It will cover a total of 17 countries. Join Richard Mwamba in Africa in song for an unforgettable experience.
I hope you won't hesitate to join me next Sunday at the same time for another celebration of the music of Africa.
Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Préparez-vous à célébrer la journée de l'Afrique en style avec Channel Africa le 25 mai 2023. C'est vrai! Channel Africa et Prison Break Market unissent leurs forces pour vous offrir une expérience inoubliable. Rejoignez-nous les 25 et 27 mai où nous vous présenterons l'artisanat dynamique de la perspective africaine et nous célébrerons la riche diversité de notre continent au Prison Break Market à Lonnie Hill au nord de Johannesburg. Venez au Prison Break Market à Lonnie Hill de 9h à 12h, heure d'Afrique centrale, pour l'émission On the Move. Vous aurez vos 30 minutes spéciales de programme en français avant de nous retrouver en fin d'après-midi dans Vue d'Afrique. Faites partie de la célébration, partagez l'unité et embrassez la beauté de l'Afrique. Channel Africa, la perspective africaine.
The Upside with Shayla Ndikumana and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. What Africans say about Africa. You'll hear it right here.
And then Nompumelelo is taking over from 2:30 to 5. I did tell her that if she wants me to come, I will get there, but in the next 30 minutes.
Don't mess this up. I'm on you by now. You know it's you I love, so you better just take your time. I'm just saying, go easy. Don't act like you don't need me now. You're so busy, but don't act like you don't see me now. Don't be greedy and jump on the next thing you see now. You see now. Don't you leave me for the girl next door. Don't you leave me for the girl next door. Girl next door, girl next door, girl next door, girl next door, girl next door. Don't you leave me for the girl next door. Girl next door, girl next door, girl next door, girl next door, girl next door. Don't you leave me for the girl next door.
Oh, guys, name of the song. Whoa. Name of the song.
The Upside. On The Upside, your voice matters.
It is 15 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. If you've just joined us, I believe that was Tyler and Arya Starr with that one titled Girl Next Door. We're broadcasting live all the way in Midrand in Lone Hill, Johannesburg at the Prison Break Market. And joining me is Jessica Rogers, who is the manager at Wilde Beer Brewing Company. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here.
Lovely. So the first thing that I found really interesting about this place is that everything is handmade. I was shocked because I walked through the various stalls and I was like, oh my goodness, every single thing that we're seeing on set is handcrafted. Talk to me about your specific brewing company.
Yeah, we definitely pride ourselves in not just being resellers. You know, we're here to make and produce and sell all in one place.
Yeah.
So we're a craft brewery. So we have a brewery on site. All our fermenters, all our, kegging happens on site, and our tap room is here as well.
I understand that you don't package anything.
Not right now. So
Okay.
we're actually building our own bottling machine and from scratch. So that's under production right now. So it's in progress. It's coming.
Okay, fair play. Now, the company was founded in 2017.
That's correct.
Walk me through the initial stages and the development of your brewery.
So we initially, we didn't have an on-consumption license, so we were just manufacturing beer and supplying bars.
Okay.
It was a huge step to actually move into the public realm, where we are serving our own beers in a hall, in a beautiful space like this, and actually having to meet those demands as well. The capacity went through the roof of producing beer. So it's been a huge jump for our company, and a huge jump for our brand as well.
Okay. So I will be honest with you. I know nothing about beers. I don't drink beer. I know that you are a craft beer producer.
Yes.
However, I want to then touch base on what different offerings you have. I can only imagine that somebody who enjoys beer would want to understand the diversity that you have to serve.
Absolutely. So our specialty, Wilde Beer specialty, is seasonal craft beer. So generally we do seasonal ales. So you have your darker beers in winter, you have your lighter, crispy beers in summer, and you have, like an amber ale in the autumn season, for instance.
Okay.
So we have a range of beers. So we have seasonal beers. We have our more daring beers that are high hopped beers. So it's not for everyone. So we have a total range of light beers and intense beers and dark beers, so that there really is, something for everyone to try.
Okay, so when we speak about the variations of your beer offerings, you said something about hops and that not being for everyone.
Yes.
Why?
So hops is generally what bitters beer, so it gives it flavor and aroma. So us as South Africans, we don't really know hoppy beers that much unless you're really a craft beer enthusiast.
Okay.
So generally, lagers are quite low hopped. Okay. So we have, for instance, like an IPA, which is a very high hopped beer, And so it's got quite a bitterness to it. It's an acquired taste, much like whiskey is.
Wow. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. The Upside is the name of the show. Shayla Ndikumana broadcasting live all the way in Midrand, Lone Hill, Johannesburg, and we are at the Prison Break Market. And we're going to be here for the next 30 minutes. Well, right now, the next 11 minutes. It is 19 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Be a part of the conversation. Moreover, if you are based in Midrand, Lone Hill, Johannesburg, and you do know of the Prison Break Market, come through, see the team. We're having such a swell time on site. Nevertheless, find us on WhatsApp +27 63 9126. Let's head over into a break, and when we get back, more on the conversation.
Channel Africa relaunched on the 1st of July, and we promise to continue giving you enticing content, shows that are out of this world.
Attention, please.
Okay, so you've missed a few shows and some of our great content. Fear not, because we've got a plan for you. For quality podcasts, go to our website to get some of that great content that you missed. www.channelafrica.co.za and go to the program tab and follow instructions. There you will find our new lineup and riveting content from across Channel Africa. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Get ready to celebrate Africa Day in style with Channel Africa on the 25th of May, 2023.
That's right. Channel Africa and Prison Break Market are joining forces to bring you an unforgettable experience.
Join us on the 25th and the 27th of May as we showcase the vibrant African perspective crafts and celebrate the rich diversity of our continent.
Come down to Prison Break Market in Lone Hill, north of Johannesburg, as we broadcast on the move live and indulge yourself in the world of African creativity, music, and flavors. We have an exciting lineup of your favorite presenters from all our 5 languages of broadcast.
Be part of the celebration, share in the unity, and embrace the beauty of Africa. Channel Africa, the African perspective. With Shayla Ndikumana and Nopumela Ngobeni. What Africans say about Africa. You'll hear it right here.
It is 21 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. The Upside is out and about for the next 10 minutes as we explore Prison Break Market here in Midrand, Lone Hill, Johannesburg. And seated right next to me is Jessica Rogers, who is the manager of Wildebeer Brewing Company. I want to talk about the name. Where did that come from?
It is quite an unusual name.
Yes.
So we had kind of thoughts about how to name a brewery, and we loved this one. There's a story about the wildebeest, in that when God created the wildebeest, it created it from all the leftover parts of other animals. So there was the head of a locust, there was the mane of a lion, there was the body of a horse, and all these different pieces came together and made the wildebeest. So in the same way, it kind of speaks to the hybridity of beer. All these different ingredients come together. They can be wild ingredients, and they actually come to form, quite a variety of beer.
Okay.
Yeah, so what Wildebeer also kind of speaks about, it's kind of this play on wild beer as well, so that we try to use natural ingredients and wild ingredients. So we're actually working on growing some herbs in our garden outside here, where we introduce them into our more stranger beers.
Okay.
So for instance, we're growing now granadillas that we're going to introduce into a granadilla IPA soon to come.
Okay, love that. Firstly, I need that storybook that details our God and extra body parts and forming the wildebeest. I want to read that. But let's talk about that very point you made, hybridity, and the reality that beer is not just one serve. It's not just craft beer. There are types of beers, which is very new to me, I'll be honest. Talk to me about that.
So, generally we have lagers and pilsners in South Africa. All our SAB beers are lager based. So there's two different types, generally two types of beer, and it's spread into ales and lagers. So what that has to do with is how the yeast actually ferments differently. So it's two types of yeast. So our ales are top brewing yeast where it eats outwards, and our lagers are bottom brewing yeast where it eats upwards. This completely changes the flavor of beer. So those are our two categories of beer, and then they branch into crazy different things from there.
Okay, so let's talk about the range and the offering you have on site. And I say this because my brain literally pictured yeast eating away at whatever's at the bottom or at the top. So talk to me about the variations of what you have to offer.
Yes, so we have our seasonal beers. So our new spring is a blonde ale. So that's good for springtime, light and easygoing. Our summer migration is our summer ale. It's a golden ale. And that's, slightly hoppier, just a little bit braver. And then we have our autumn descent, which is an amber ale, really good for slightly chillier weather. And then we have a honey porter. So that comes from local hives in the area. And a porter is almost like a stout, but it's slightly sharper and slightly lighter. So those are our seasons. And we have our beasts, which are our very strong beers. So those are our IPAs, we have a lager in there. And then we have our brave. So there's three categories: the seasons, the beasts, and the brave. And the brave are the weird ones. The brave are the ones that we brew once off. It's things like our Granadilla IPA. It's things like a butternut beer. We can throw anything in there.
Okay, I need us to pause right there for a moment. When you say butternut beer, something's not making sense. So what are we tasting? What are we experiencing with these brave beers?
So we're experiencing something very unusual. For instance, in the butternut beer, we're brewing with cinnamon, we brew with nutmeg and roasted butternuts and ginger. It essentially tastes like Christmas in a drink. It's delicious.
I'm going to say this, Jessica. I'm not a beer fan. I think I smelt beer once and I was like, let's not make sure. So for those who have never tasted beer, for those who are quite skeptical about the taste of beer, what would you then describe the taste of beer as, such that they get it?
Yeah, there is such a variety, and this is actually why we offer taster platters at our tap room. So there's a taster platter of 8 where you can taste a little bit of each beer, and you generally will taste from lighter to darker and from lighter to hoppier as well. So that's the way the palate will actually enjoy each individual beer.
Okay. So let's talk about percentages. I mean, it's easy for me to pick up a bottle at a local convenience store and see, okay, this is 6% or 12%. How do you then define and sort of give room and way for people to understand how much alcohol they're consuming?
So all our beers are measured beforehand, and they are on the medallions or so on the labels of the actual tap.
Yeah.
So it's very clear. So generally, beer will range from about 4 to 5%. With our IPAs and our porters and stronger beers, they do get a bit higher in alcohol. But that's all, kind of clear.
Okay, all right. I think lastly, for those who are looking to come and experience Prison Break Market, and they're saying, you know what, I actually want to go to Wilde Beer Brewing Company. I want to experience. Apart from beer, what else can they expect in your store?
So we have, we have bottled non-alcoholic beer, which I think is very important as an offering.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's, such a range of people that are coming through, and we have to cater for everyone. What we also have is we have cider on tap. We have 4 ciders on tap. And this is also important for people who are coming here with a sweet tooth. So we have a range of different ciders. We have a rosé cider, we have a stone fruit, and this kind of caters what beer really doesn't.
Well, that about sums it up for us. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I don't know if I'll be trying, but listen, we will come through, okay? As Channel Africa, we will come and explore Wilde Beer Brewing Company. We want to see what you're offering. I will be honest, I'm scared of beer. I think it's for grown-ups. Nevertheless, thank you so much, Jessica, for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
That is the voice of Jessica Rogers, who is a manager at Wildebeer Brewing Company, joining us this afternoon as we broadcast live all the way in Prison Break Market. This in Midrand, Lone Hill, Johannesburg, South Africa. If you are around, please come through to the party. It's absolutely amazing. Trust you me, you will enjoy the stalls, you'll enjoy the offerings, the products, so forth and so on. Remember, this is DSTV's 802, if not 628 on OpenView HD. We are also broadcasting live through www.channelafrica.co.za, and we are available on that SABC Plus app. Take us anywhere you go. It's a few seconds before 30 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. From myself and the team, Shakatsa and Tepiso on site. We're handing over to Nompumelelo Ngubeni, who is on standby. But before that, we hand over to Ayanda Mkwanazi, who is on standby with our business news update.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Shayla. Good afternoon. South Africa's Reserve Bank Governor, Lesetja Kganyago, is expected to announce the Monetary Policy Committee's decision on the repo rate at around 3 p.m.
Yes,
this afternoon,
heavy conversation.
with most analysts expecting a 25 basis point hike. Some are predicting a 50-point hike. The bank has increased rates by more than 4 percentage points since the beginning of the hiking cycle in November 2021.
Yeah, I think that's what
Major concerns for the Reserve Bank in making its rate decision are continued high inflation in South Africa and globally, but a very weak local economy that is struggling with the devastating impact of high levels of load shedding, among other things. Meanwhile, the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU, is due to hold a picket outside the Reserve Bank today. The bank is expected to hike the country's repo rate when it makes the announcement later this afternoon. Economists anticipate that the Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Committee will raise interest rates by between 25 and 50 basis points. SAFTU's General Secretary is Zwelin Zimbabwe.
We will be at clear against Lady Helen Joseph Street in Pretoria today at 1 o'clock to protest against the policy that the Reserve Bank and the South African government is following. South Africa's Monetary Policy Committee, which is meeting today and is more likely to increase the interest rates by another 50 basis points, is going to increase the interest rates to totally unaffordable levels.
The International Energy Agency says investment in clean energy will extend its lead over spending on fossil fuels in 2023, with solar projects expected to outpace outlays on oil production for the first time. Annual investment in renewable energy is up by nearly a quarter since 2021, compared to a 15% rise for fossil fuels, the Paris-based energy watchdog said in its World Energy Investment Report. Around 90% of that clean energy spending comes from advanced economies and China, however, highlighting the global divide between rich and poor countries, as fossil fuel investment is still double the levels needed to reach net zero emissions by mid-century. A Lebanese judge has banned the country's central bank governor, Riyad Salema, from traveling days after Beirut received an Interpol red notice